Hello. Hey, hey. And that music was like 4 minutes just right? Hello. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. I am a Snek today. See, I actually don't know why it would always lag like that for a little bit before I show up, but hey, hope you are doing good. No hand tracking for obvious reasons. Also, I just realized, oh, well, I didn't realize, but I forgot that my snake has a blooming effect. See, if I trigger bloom here, I forgot I gave. See, I forgot I gave those little things some bloom here. the circular pattern. Essentially, anything that's like neon blue color or teal will shine. So I was like, ooh, that's kind of cool. I want to play with some bloom. I mean, it looks kind of cool. I kind of like it. Kinda. I forgot. Here, let me open it up. So today, I have a few things I need to do. Well, of course, there is this fox model that I want to finish today. I think I might be able to finish it today. Maybe. There is this tail, so I forgot about the tail. I need to do... I think I need to do the mushroom. I forgot if I ever did the mushroom. I think I didn't. But mushroom shouldn't be too much of a problem, I feel like. I hope. I think. Maybe. Although, let me open up ZBrush real quick. Let me add in the tail and then just export the tail real quick, and then I can just continue doing all the models, and hopefully I can render one picture out today. Hopefully it doesn't look too bad. I hope it doesn't look too bad. That just lagged. Hi, Ayan. Hello. At 20 gems, wow. Also stinky, wow. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. I forgot. I think it's here. Yeah, and then this one. I honestly just need to get the tail done. Like, just get the tail out. I mean, the body doesn't look the best, but it looks fine. Haunches are hard to do. I don't even know how. Wait, are they not? Did I not stick them together? I mean, I'm pretty sure I did. Although I just need... Oh, I haven't did it. Okay. I'm doing fabulous. Hope you are well. Good to know. I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing kind of okay. Pretty okay. How do I add the tail again? What kind of tail do I want to give it to the fox? So, looking at this emote, I just realized, or I remember that a tweet that I looked at Twitter the other day, that Dumpy is from an animated series called Open Season, or like a animated movie. It's so short, and then people apparently rotoscoped it and came out this Dumpy. I didn't know. I was like, oh shit, it's from Open Season. I think it's like only lasts for like 1 second or something. It's such a short frame, and then people found it, just rotoscoped it. Should be able to just add a sphere and then just try to get the tail. Maybe open up this. This one. I mean, I could make some very simple... What? Oh, pure F. No, it's okay. Hi, Dinophons. I mean, I don't really want to like follow this tail, but I could do something like this. Chunky, bushy, short taper. Right? Chunky, bushy, short taper. And then with the texturing, I think I want to update a little bit on the texturing afterwards. Once I get the tail done. Hypnosis? Hey, man, I still think hypnosis on the cobra is kinda cool. Yeah, I'll make something like this. Short, chunky, bushy. So I hope you're doing good, Dinophos. I want to make the music slightly louder. Because it's high. I keep saying big time rush. It's not. It's hi-fi rush. It's hi-fi rush. It's not big time rush. I mean, I used to watch Big Time Rush, but dang. I don't think Big Time Rush is a thing anymore, right? I mean, the tail pretty much just like goes here, same. Oh, I think with the tail I might need to redo the whole model, because the tail would not be attached to the model. Is tail is seamless, right? I mean, why am I even saying all creatures are seamless? I mean, it looks like they're just... Yeah, it looks like they're connected together. I mean, tail is probably the spine, right? It's okay. I can redo the whole thing. Make it better, I would say. Okay. It was small. I kind of want to just make them stick together. I'll try to make them just stick together and see how it feels like. Can Tyrion Kobold spot the difference? Probably. Actually, no, I cannot spot the difference. Who am I kidding? Oh. I need more space. Oh yeah, I can just put it more to the right. So that's why I put it here, keyboard to the left. Oh, I'm so clever. Oh my god. I have more space now. But the mouse... I have too many things. I need to clear out my table tomorrow if I can. There. I mean, chunky, bushy, short. How short are we talking about? Also, it'd be best to not just pull it like that. It's like a carrot. It's like a carrot. I'll try to make them stick together afterwards. Big? I mean, is there... Can the tail even be too big? Is the question. Look, I love big tail. I love huge tail. The amount of times where I want to just make my kobold's tail a lot longer. The impulse. The desire to make the tail longer and bigger. The desire is strong. Oh, camera. Camera sometimes is so weird. I'm not gonna rush, but at the same time, I am kind of hoping that I'm able to finish this today. Kind of. I mean, the project has been starting for like so long already. I feel kinda bad. Although this is also another case where, you know, this one is... I mean, the redeem is supposed to be only bust, you know, which is like shoulder up sculpture. Or like waist up, shoulder up. I think waist up or shoulder up. Yeah. And then I suddenly make a full body of this one. Albeit it's like a small character. But still, it's kind of a lot of work. Short, stubby, chunky. Yeah, short, chunky. Stubby. Hi, make lunch. I have no hand tracking, but hi. Because Snake's hand is broken. Don't think I would have fixed it. I'm too lazy for it. Hope you're doing good. Welcome. Oh yeah, also I haven't... to answer your question, I haven't played any of the Half-Life games ever. I only seen some people play it, but I never really played it myself. It's very simple, but I think it kind of works. I like chunky tails. Yeah, I kind of like chunky tail. Let me try to make it a little bit. I want to manually add a little bit more volume here. Ask you really if you play Half-Life at all. Oh yeah, I did say that I never played them before. Yeah. Oh, Brian! Rum! Hi, Brian! Hope you're doing good. Oh my god. 22 months of Prime! That's almost 2 years, I think. Whoa. Yes, need to play Half-Life. Oh, it's really good. Missed it? It's alright. Wanted to play Biotech Factor with you. Oh, I've seen someone play it. Never really played it myself. Is it like a Half-Life game? It's one of the greatest of all time. That good? CD1. Survival crafting experience from 1 to 6 players staying in the depth of the underground research facility, caught between paranormal container failure, military crusade, and a chaos from a dozen rounds. What? Oh, that looks wild. The world's greatest minds must survive against the universe's biggest threat. That looks cool though. Wait, those monsters looks cool. It's the game that defined modern FPS games. Like Half-Life? Yo! Biotech Factor. It's basically if Half-Life 1 was a craft survival game. I mean, I do love me some crafting survival game. Like, don't mind me spending almost 1k hour on Ark Survival, almost 600 hours on 7 Days to Die, plus the time that I pirated the game, probably around 1k as well. Previous game, it is the missing link between modern FPS and boomer shooters. Previous games were Doom and Quake and Unreal. Half-Life changed everything. Wow. The FPS game, or the game that modernized FPS game, it sounds like. Ooh. Include 11 games. Whoa, what is this? Half-Life Source? Half-Life? And then there's Half-Life 2, and then Half-Life 2 Episode 1, Half-Life 2 Episode 2. That's a lot of Half-Life. I mean, so many Half-Life, it becomes 1.5 life already. Half-Life paved the way for games like Halo and Deus Ex. Just fucking tons of shit. Yep, basically the game that modernizes FPS then. There's basically 2 games you need. I'm betting on this. Half-Life 1 Source. And then Half-Life 2. I think. It's just Half-Life, not the Source, but oh, okay. So this and Half-Life 2. Ooh. The game has story as well, right? This is 19. Oh my god, I'm just 1 year old. No. This game came out when I was just 1 year old. What? Oh gosh, diggity dang, wow. Hi, Nan. Half-Life 2 revolutionized how devs guide people through game using lighting. Oh. If you like Half-Life 2, then you can pick up episode 1 and 2 as well. Oh no. Oh no. Which are continuations, but the story never got completed, so... Oh yeah, I'm hearing a lot of people asking for Half-Life 3. Black Mesa is a good remake of Half-Life 1 if the older aesthetic aren't your thing. Oh... I'm okay with older aesthetic. I mean, I like Doom. It's less about lighting and more about environment design and play immersion. The lighting is actually pretty primitive since it uses light maps. Hi Jay. Kobo, I'm Snek today. I'd say Doom 3 really, it's hard to read. Revolutionized the lighting scene. I mean, they don't look very expensive, but I do need to save money. I am very tight. Hey, So basically Half-Life and Half-Life 2, right? Let me add it to wishlist so I don't forget. Oh, is it the old like Valve? Sneak. Sneak. I hope you're doing good, G. They're some of the best games of all time. Problem is, designers learned the wrong lessons from them. Oh, old Valve. You should check your alerts. I'm scared. Why did you buy? There's 2 of them though. Oh no. Oh no. Matthew Lockhart, hi. Why? But yeah, I highly suggest the original 2 games and then Black Mesa if you like them. I am playing Crucible. I'm not good. What's Crucible? I want to choke myself with a gigantic draconic dick that goes into my fucking lungs. Hey, you can just be a kobold and have that. It's a win-win situation. You get to be a kobold and then you get that. Whatever you just mentioned. Alright, I'm not wrong, no? Destiny 2 PvP mode. Oh no, PvP. Bye-bye. Oh no. Oh, no. Well, I will humbly accept the gift. Thank you. Thank you, Meglash. Oh my god. They're not cheap too. they're all these together is like fucking 50 ringgit or some shit. I'll accept it. Thank you. Thank you, Meglash. 2 games. Oh my god. Hey, why not we can try it like next time? Or like Thursday? It's a good deal for what they are. 18 bucks for the 2 of them. 84, 32, 44, 5, 6, 7. About 70 ringgit something plus if it's 18 bucks. These are games that if I miss you streaming them, I'll catch the YouTube upload. I fucking review these games. Oh, what is this? Lost Coast? Lost Coast? I can play with a controller? Yikes, 18 baht is what I make per hour. Oh! Oh wow! It's almost midnight here. No, it's a... What? Lost Cause is a free edition. Bonus side content. Oh! Oh! So if I finish out Half-Life 2, I can play this? Got it. On a Sunday night, midnight. Lost Coast is weird. I mean, if it's a side content. I'm willing to give it a try. It's kind of a tech demo for their new lighting engine. It doesn't really fit anywhere. Why does this look like Left 4 Dead 2? I mean, looks like Left 4 Dead, you know, the map where we have to rush. And Left 4 Dead 1 map, we have to rush the ship. Yeah, we have a ship map. And then we have to climb a huge... I don't know, I might sound really dumb right now. I don't know. It's basically one map. Oh, okay. One yip. Left 4 Dead probably reused assets from Half. Who? Keep in mind, same dev studio. Same engine. Oh shit, so this is even older than Left 4 Dead? Right? I mean, if Half-Life... Because when Half-Life came out, I'm just 1 year old. I'm still like a little baby. 1998 and 2004. Oh my god. I don't even know how to read back then. But now I'm excited to give it a try. But I'll try it on Thursday. Definitely. I'll give it a try on Thursday. I mean, it seems I'm kinda bad at shooty bang bang games. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm gonna close Steam for now. Okay. Why is this thing still here? Okay. We get back to editing that Faith video? Oh! Listening to chapter 3 for so long. To be fair, chapter 3 is very long. But man, Faith is such a good game though. I am honestly so glad that I went through Faith and Dusk. Dusk was really fun. I especially love the part where I need to bunny hop against an enemy. Where the enemy knows how to bunny hop as well. It's like, oh shit. The power. We have the same power. Catchy. Man, Snek is so powerful. I kinda want to make Tail Ghost like a little bit, you know. I don't think... Okay, you know what? I don't think foxes have twirly tails. Let's not make that. I don't think they have. The fact that final boss is basically another player is so awesome. Yeah. And then they also like whoop, 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 whoop. Devil May Cry does that really well too, with the main character's twin brother often being a rival. Metal Gear Solid 3 as well. Devil May Cry main character is the red jacket, silver hair, Dante? Ah, Dante. And then the brother is, well, Virgil. Everyone knows Virgil. The to be fair, I know Virgil more than I know Dante. the meme surrounding Virgil is so big that I just know Virgil more than Dante. Yeah. Sparta. What's a Sparta? Favorite Virgil. Well, now I don't know what Sparta is. He said that there's more of his blood in Virgil than in Dante. I mean, Virgil is the older brother, right? Why am I trying to like make assumptions when I never played Devil May Cry before? The game featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Sparta is Dante's and Virgil's daddy. Oh, they're twins? They look nothing alike. They're literally like 5 minutes apart. I know next to nothing about Sparta. It's okay, I have no idea as well. That's the reason we can open the fucking portal back to hell with ease. Virgil? Virgil can open the hell portal? We have ties from down under, it's easy to knock on the door. I mean, sounds about right. I miss not Big Time Rush, I miss Hi-Fi Rush music. Why do I keep saying Big Time Rush? I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, I get it. I used to love Big Time Rush. Yeah. It's like I was watching TV and then I hear I remember I was in the kitchen when I was kind of young, and I hear and then just rush to the TV. I don't know why. I like Big Time Rush. I don't understand. I guess it's good. I figured there was a Yamato thing. That sword consistently cuts more than just bodies. Yamato seems to be pure demonic essence. Oh, there's a Japanese person in there now? I should make it like... No, taper. I don't want this. Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Inflate. You got it. I will drink. Maybe inflate is a little bit too strong. I'll just clay build up. I have a sneaking suspicion that, you know, a Yamato in the hands of a purebred demon can only able to cut reality fabric, but far beyond. But Devil May Cry is wild, sounds like. Oh, camera. Oh. In-depth DMC lore is fucking crazy. I mean, I read about Tekken lore, but I'm gonna assume DMC lore is way crazier than Tekken. I fucking hate 2 because I don't know what you're talking about. Devil May Cry 2 doesn't exist. It's a figment of the imagination and it can't... That bad? It's so fucking awful. It's terrible. Offensive even. I grew up with it. Oh no. I liked it before I played the others. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. When there's no comparison, you like the one that you played. And then I tried to give it a chance as an adult. Man, you see the best music. The new normal. DMC 3 takes the gun as the best DMC game. It's super iconic. Oh! Well, I played 3 the first time, but since I was a kid, I don't know what I'm doing. Eventually, I just stopped playing it, and then I went back to my computer and then said, is it my turn yet? I want to play Maple Story! Shiniku, hi Astro, Shiniku. Three is what I've played the most of. Sneak. Back to having a time of my life in Crucible. I would say have fun, but I don't want to get destroyed. All I can say is good luck with your time in Crucible. And that shit sounds more stressful than, well, taking ranked. Is Snek really that strong? You don't have fun in Crucible. If you want to have fun, go play PvE Destiny. That's what I've been saying. PvE games are great. See, that's why I don't play Friends vs. Friends as much, because it's only PvP. In Crucible, you're fighting for your life because meta is everything. I mean, a free-to-play PvP game, I'm not surprised when meta is everything. I mean, look at Magic the Gathering. I mean, it's not free per se, but they always have a meta to play. Now the shape looks weird. I want it to be chunky. Man, I haven't played Maple Story in a while. But then again, it's like every time I open up Maple Story, it's like, what do I do? And then I open up the quest log, and it's like, oh my god, there's way too many things, and then I just get overwhelmed and I just close the game. But I want to play the game though. I just feel like there's way too many things in MapleStory now that if you don't play a new character, it feels like you just like clueless of what's going on with the game though. Like sure, I have a 214 level, a level 214 Ivan, the dragon class and dragon master. And it's like every time I go back to the game, it's like, oh no, there's so many things. 214. It's only one of them. I have a bunch of other level 200 characters. Don't ask. I know I'm chronically addicted to MapleStory at some point. I think I spent a little bit too much time on... Oh, it's not MapleStory 2 though. Wasn't MapleStory 2 a thing and then they just like scrapped it? They tried to make like a 3D version of MapleStory. Eventually they just like, nah. And then go back to the classic 2D MapleStory. To my knowledge anyway. But yeah, I might have spent a little too much time on MapleStory. It's good though, you know, that's like... I spend money on the game too, god damn it. I shit you not, I bought pets in the game because it's dragons. I bought dragon pets in the game. Oh, it's so shameful, god damn it. Oh, what was I doing? What was I even thinking? I don't get it. Ugh, it hurts. I mean, when the tail is almost the whole body of a fox, you know you did something right. I know I did something right. Let me combine all of these. I suddenly remembered. Yesterday I wanted to stream Monster Hunter World. But then I realized I did something stupid, so now I cannot stream Monster Hunter World. Well, it's not something stupid, but it's more like something... Great! So now I cannot stream Monster Hunter World anymore. And I cannot eat now, you have a good night. Okay. Have a good eat, Brian. Thanks for hanging around, and thanks for 22 months of Twitch Prime. Have good sleep. What did you do? Well, something PP in monsters? Well, not in, sorry, on. Wait, I could just remove the mod. It's not even that hard. Just remove the native PC folder. Oh shit, I didn't think about that. Crap. Mod is something spicy. There's 2 games now that because of mods that I cannot stream it anymore. See, thing is, I would continue to stream Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, no, sorry, not Elder Scrolls Online. Skyrim. They are different games. Yeah, there's just so many mods in the game to a point that the moment the splash screen opens, I'm gonna get banned. Why did you add dicks to Naruto Kugas? Why would you not? Yeah, like nonsense. Why would people not? It's Kuga. It's Naruga. You would too. I would do it day one. There we go. That's the jade, I know. Not on stream? Oh yeah, definitely not on stream. Of course. I mean, unless you want to get banned, then by all means. But I don't want to get banned. Yeah, I kinda know how you feel about Kuga. I mean, the eyesight that Kuga gives you just... You know when Kuga looks at you? That eyesight? Yeah. It's, It's a, you know, I would say, I would look at that and say, There's too much shit about them I love. They're technically birds. Hey, oh. And they're draconic. Yeah. When Jake calls you a sweet pea, you know shit's about to go down. I should just inflate. Why am I using clay pillow? I feel like this little dent here just doesn't make sense. At least I try to smooth them out. This dent make it feel like that it's malnourished. I don't want a fox that's like malnourished. Oh, too much. Terra inflates on stream. 18 plus, watch online. Only in OnlyFans would you be able to catch something like that. Which I don't have, so... Alright, then make one. I don't even know what to post. I mean, if I were to make one, why would I even want to post? Sassy blender edit. But isn't OnlyFans like... Wait, to my knowledge, OnlyFans is all like in real life stuff, no? Like people post it in real life, let's say, spicy stuff or sassy stuff. Oh, not really? So it's not only for in real life stuff. It's interesting. So people also use that to make, what, sort of some spicy stuff in any kind of media. This one feels weird. I feel like I'm too biased. Like if a sorry, if a thing that I'm not if the things that I'm making is not a reptilian, I feel like I don't have the motivation, which is very bad. Like any art, I should put 100 of my capabilities to create. But just because this one is not a reptilian in general, so I just not as motivated. Yeah, haunches are so hard. Oh, it's a weird meat. Yeah, this one doesn't make sense. No. I feel the inner thighs should have a lot more meat. I'm glad I'm checking back this file, because I think 2 weeks ago I already started doing texturing stuff, but then now that I came back to this model, I just feel like there's so many things that's not really as good. I feel like currently it's like something's a little fucky. The part between the belly is kind of weird. Oh, have a good look inside the purple model. Thank you. I also hope you're doing good. Have a good luck. Oh, that's why. Uneven polygons. I don't know, that makes the haunches look kind of weird. This one doesn't feel connected. I should probably just add the volume here. Yeah.
Hello, and welcome.
Muscle potato. Hi. Evening, and good evening to you. And thanks for the follow. Muscle potato, okay. Hope you are well. Welcome. this huge Stumpy? I don't know if it's like too thick or something. I mean, from the picture here, it looks like... I mean, it looks pretty flat. And then you have mine that's like... kind of thick. Looks like he needs a lot more. Yeah, I mean, adding back volume doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it definitely looks better than what I did two weeks ago. I mean, probably 2 weeks ago I was like still very blur. I mean, not saying that I'm not blur today, but at least I'm a little bit more like keen on what's wrong and how can I change it, sort of. I mean, it doesn't look the best, but it doesn't look as bad as it is 2 weeks ago. I mean, it kind of doesn't look as malnourished. I'll take it. Yeah, tail is definitely different. I mean, very different. The tail starts from around here, but mine's like so chunky. The back feels like it's like an extra meat at the neck. Well, I wouldn't say meat, but maybe it's like extra neck muscle, probably. I'll add like a small volume here. Oh, hi Becky. This is so good. This looks so yip. Oh, I'll take it. Hope you're doing good, Becky. Hey. I sort of fixed a little bit of the things today, and I kind of like it, to be honest. Like it looks a lot better than what I did 2 weeks ago with this. 2 weeks ago I make this, it's a little bit malnourished. I feel like the fox is a little bit malnourished. And then I think adding the tail to it does looks kinda okay. Even though like here it's a little bit awkward. It's almost like you're practicing and getting better. I mean, I haven't drawn anything in a while. I did bring my sketchbook. I have a sketchbook that I haven't used in a long time. And I did draw like a small, I mean it's nothing significant, but it's just like I look at the side, like when I was working in my grocery shop, and I just look at the side and decide to like, hey, let's draw that corner. And I was like scribble a little bit. And then today my hand doesn't hurt, it doesn't feel too bad, and it feels like my keen, you know, I can look at what's wrong with the model and sort of change it a little bit. So at least it's a lot better than what I did 2 years 2 weeks ago. I want to practice more, but thank you. This one is hard to fix though, this one. Like I want to get this one like has more defining line. But if I add more, this thing I cannot just like get rid of. Unless yeah, this part is hard to deal with. Like honestly, me doing 3D modeling for years, I think. Yeah, I've been doing 3D modeling for years. Well, not consistently every day, but you know, whenever I do them, the part that I struggle with the most is this part over here. Like the pit, the arm pit, and the arm is like very hard to do. Like this one, I don't even know how to sort of fix it to make it look better. At least I can try to make the other part looks okay. At least the horns now don't look as weird, so I'm glad. Apparently I just need to give it more volume and it looks great. And over here I still want to give it like a bit of a line, defining line here. I did, but it kind of looks weird, so I removed it. I still want to make this smooth. Hi, Kim. Hi, Hurst. Hello. Yeah, I'm doing art. Finally. Finally. After a while of not doing it, I'm big. I mean, I wanted to do art every Monday and have been doing it for quite a while, and I'm glad. Now it's called Pam. I'm doing pretty good, albeit kind of sleepy. I decided to not drink coffee for a week to preserve my stomach so that my stomach doesn't feel too painful. So that's why I'm like, excuse me if I keep yawning. But I would not fall asleep on stream. No, never. It's looking good. Thank you. I'll try to make it look better. At least, like, yeah, like I said, it's definitely better than. It looks weird now. At least better than what I had 2 weeks ago. Because what bothers me so much 2 weeks ago is that I see so many things wrong, but I cannot pinpoint what's going on. So it's kind of upsetting. Oh wait, that looks weird though. Dang, it's okay. I'm alright. Kobold support. High numbers. 25 stream streak. Wow. You know, sometimes I look at the stream streak and think to myself that, wow, do I stream too much? But then again, no, I like being here. So, no, I'm not streaming too much. And thanks for 25 stream streak. Hope you're doing good numbers. Maybe a dent in the middle makes sense. Yeah, it looks... This one looks boring. Maybe just a little bit down, not fully like this. I don't want it to look too straight. I don't like it. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh yeah, I never mentioned, but hope you're doing good rest. And hopefully all the moving stuff is going smoothly. No. Oh my god, camera, why? I have to find the balance. Wait. Is that just me or this tail too big? Nah. There's no such thing as too big of a tail. I think the tail is just right. It could be bigger, but maybe that's alright. I may be biased, but I do love a big chunky tail. Maybe a little bit more curve. Shit. I don't think it tapers much. Yeah, I like the curve. I like the tail curve. Okay. I think I can try to work on this. I already have the mushroom, so it's probably not gonna be too much of an issue. So later I would just need to make a... just import an eyeball to substance. I think I can import the eyeball, the mushroom, and the whole model together. Yeah, I think it's possible. Let's do it. Oh, that was quick. Wait, no. Before decimating, I probably need to export this one first. Yeah, replace all of these. I'm just gonna remake everything. And then I can decimate. Yeah, because after decimation it has this weird, very obvious polygon lines, which I don't want in my high poly model, because I'm gonna bake them afterwards. This one is for easier Z remashing. This one. I think the 5 should be fine. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, it's fine. Oh, that's a weird mask. Yeah, this one is like... this one is looped this way? Oh no. I mean, it's alright. I'm not trying to do animation with this. Unless I'm making animation with this, I might be a little bit well, not disappointed, but sad. Hi, Malicious Magpie. And thanks for the lyric always. But also I feel like this 12k... it should be fine. Yeah, 200k should be fine. Okay, it's fine. I just do some very simple. Yeah, had a feeling. Yeah. Ooh, it's so dirty. Oh no. Okay, drink some water to calm down. You know, doing all these makes me remember that the last redeem that I made the sculpture for is Breen. And then, well, not the redeem, Breen won the raffle. And then I was so lazy with everything. But in the end, I think the render turned out okay. Like, this is the final render for Breen. It looks okay, like, all around. But then it's like, I remember the hoodie. Okay, I bought the hoodie, funny enough, and inside. Oh yeah, inside here is actually empty. So I just sculpted the head. So after this part, I believe everything is empty. There's no hand, no body, covering up with t-shirts and hoodie. It's so lazy, but hey, at least the end render looks okay. And I'll take it. I mean, in the end, the redeem is to have like a render, a picture rendered. In a way, I feel kind of bad, but also. Alright, let's do something sad. Oh wait, no. Only this line. Wait. I shouldn't be surprised. It's Z remesh. It's bound to happen. Okay, anyway. It's not lazy, it's efficient, and I mean that. Honestly, yeah. It might look okay. So if it's for like a fully functional model, then yeah, I cannot do that because I need everything to look a-okay. But if it's just like a rendering picture, then yeah, it's efficient. It's okay. They don't know the insides of what's going on. It's from here. Okay. Boop. Okay, there we go. Oh, the bad habits, they're showing. Hi, Chashu. Nah, it's lazy. In a way, it is. It is both lazy and efficient, right? Like, to be fair, those who is lazy will always find a way that will make their life easier. Which I still, I still believe in that. Hope you're doing good, Chashu. Oh, that's weird. Maybe I shouldn't go that below. Yeah, no, go back, go back. I could from here until here, and then start to go up. Okay, look, I'm using substance, I can cheat like this, it's okay. Oh my god! I'm being exposed. Extend. Control select? Oh yeah, I remember. I know how to use Blender, I think. The signs of spiral, it's so scary. Oh, this thing's fine. Okay, so I don't really need to like cut them out. Boop. Let's go. Yeah, this one definitely needs some, like, cutting. Kobold has the BS Twitch effect cheaper on the other channels. Can I even modify the bits for the effect? What? You can turn it down to 10? Oh! I actually didn't know. I mean, I didn't even really... I'm not even really looking at them. It's like, oh. You can Lolo Bird Girl. Lolo Bird Girl has them at like... 100,000? I mean, on a large following, I guess. If one person buy it, then it's already like more than enough. Wow. Wowee. That's mean though. I mean, I guess them doing that, maybe it's to like not to dissuade people from using them. I guess. Could be also why. Oh, wait, that works. Oh, I can definitely make this work. Oh yeah. Need to put in some sauce? Oh. I felt a banana on my face just now. Because the fucking cash grab from Twitch. It's not even conveniently placed in the redeem section. Not bits. Oh, it's even conveniently placed. Yeah, I was like, oh hey, new thing. I thought like, you know, Twitch might put it into like a bits section because it is like a bit thing. But I was like, wait, that icon looks like a bit. It's kind of diamond-like. It's like, oh, it is bits. It's so weird. Cowboy doesn't want them to be used because with his setup, he can't see the effects and therefore can't react to them. And since Twitch doesn't allow you to opt out, but just to set the price, so he set it to the highest possible to discourage people from redeeming them. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Kobold in the blender. Kobold in the blender. Well, I'm a snake, but a cowboy in a blender. Hi, Toon. Hello, welcome. I'm just gonna do something very simple. This one kind of works. So now I just need to... I don't remember if it's this one. I think it's this one. You're a snake, but I'm assuming... Oh, it's a fox! A fox in the blender. A fox in the blender. It's funny how this redeem... I already waited like... a year. At least. And then I just decided to like... Well, rather than saying decided, I would say have the courage to go into ZBrush once more and try to finish this. Yeah. Oh, I can change pivot? I mean, this is kind of hazardous though, no? You will be void of... I mean, this fox will be void of sunlight forever. And I think... maybe not that big. Maybe just a normal sized. Because this is the prompt. Oh shit, where's the picture? Here, this is the... No. Yeah, this is the reference I got. Like, well, reference? More like the... This is AI generated, and then they're like, they want something like this. A fox... Oh, I'm blocking it. a fox with a mushroom head. I was like, okay. I can do that. And I did it. I mean, I'm doing it still. The Gigantify emote one is just a paid version of Discord stickers. It's disgusting, honestly. I mean, it's Twitch. How are you doing this out of all danger noodle friend? I'm doing pretty okay. I'm very sleepy though, but I cannot drink coffee. I need to be rid of coffee for like a week at least. But I'm doing okay. Not even sunlight, only mushroom. Only mushroom. Although to be honest, I kinda like it when like the cat is bigger. Maybe not this big. Shit. Maybe just slightly bigger than this. Slightly. That's not slightly, but it's okay. We are doing good too, Toon. It's nice to see a kobold. It's always nice to see kobolds. But here, just so you see what the effects can... That looks half-assed. Oh no! I mean, thank you, Chashu, but still... Oh no! That's the effect? I thought it would be more... Okay, to be fair, if it's more... If it's more effect than that, I feel like... On larger channels, it might be a little bit chaotic. That kind of size reminds me of the mushrooms I used to see growing on the oval near where I lived as a kid. Oh! It can also be this Toon! Wee. I mean, thanks for 10 bits. Oh well, 10 gems. I'm gonna pass them to Tira next time. I don't mind the smaller Wraith one. It at least isn't tacky. Yeah, this one looks clean enough. On that bouncy jumping is a little bit much, I feel like. That's also one of them. The perfect face. Oh, so it's just like 15 gems for the sticker. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, my Discord is like basic as fuck. I don't have sticker. I don't even know how to make sticker. So my Discord channel is like very empty. It's just emotes, but no sticker. But then I saw like sticker needs to use Discord Nitro, I think. Even animated emote needs to use Nitro. It's just an expanded emote. True. True. Nitro is just if you want to use the server emote stickers outside of the server. Oh, I don't need Nitro to make stickers? Ooh. That's nice. Why do you already have this? Hey. There's a limit to how many you get on an unboosted server, but you get, I think, 5 at default. Good enough. It's free, can't complain. Normal and roughness. Normal? For the last one, you have to look into your stream once Twitch says it's been redeemed. According to Seal, you can't see the effect in OBS. Nitro lets you use stickers in other chats, but you can use 5 of them in your own server by default. You don't see in OBS. The last one is on-screen celebration. Oh, wow. So on-screen celebration only works on... the Twitch website. Can I redeem it on my own? It's happening. It's really not showing on OBS. Wow. And that's it? I can see why you say it's a cash grab, yeah. It's free for you. I've been using it so much in my chat. Oh, it's a few seconds of the selected emote flowing all over the stream. The funny thing is that if the stream is stuck on the buffering frame, the emote server still works. Oh. Oh, the yipsel! They don't show you anyway, literally. They don't even work on Twitch sometimes. It's like the celebrations you can add to events. I see, I see. Wait, if this is free... Oh, I can just do this! Gigantify. I think extensions might work with it, probably. The biggest problem I have with the power-up is how they're taking up the first visible redeems, and then they said they're going to be adding more. Yeah. Just put it into the bit cheer tabs maybe, not the redeems tab. It's gonna mess up so many things, I feel like. Like, I want to spam boops on people, but then now that there's like this power-up thing that's blocking the first 3 slot, it's like, no! To spam boobs, I have to scroll down. It's like, god damn it. Even just having 10 rewards get the menu crowded. Yep, that's the thing. I don't like that. Not a big fan. Also, I just realized my CC has been not working for the longest time. Why? Oh, that's why. Okay, it should be working now. It's better now that the second row is hidden by a non-hideable your watch streak. Now the top row isn't really visible either. Yep. I mean, now I'm in my own channel, so I cannot see the stream streak thing. But yeah, whenever I go to other channel, I lurk a lot, and then I was like, ooh, time to spam boobs, and I have to scroll down because there's this thing. The power up and then the watch streak thing. Don't like it. Nuh-uh, not a fan. I think the mushroom is too realistic though. Did someone say spam boobs? Oh! Yeah, boobs. But then the boobs are like... I need to change it. I need the boobs. And the pets. I'll take it, thank you. Been vocal about it since it was forced on you? Yeah, don't like it. Not a big fan. And thanks for the pets. I'll see how it looks like afterwards when I finish this one, but I think the mushroom is too realistic. Like, okay, time to cheat. Let me go, like, I should go find the stylized. And thanks for all the pets and poops. I should probably add like a sound cue for it. Free mushroom 3D models. CG Trader and Turbo Squid. It's like I'm shopping. Oh. Wait, mushroom has so many different names? Look at this. Why is Shaggy one of them? Shaggy? Orsino, Chanterelle, Milk Cap Best, Orange Birch Bolette, Bolette, I think. Wait, Champignon? Brown Champignon, Ali Muck, Devil's Fingers, and John Cena? Okay. Cool. Turbo Squid, my beloved. Turbo Squid is great. For demonstration purpose, I didn't know the streamers get the effect for free. I actually didn't know as well. I wonder if I can make a redeem that posts my channel's emotes to identify it for free. It could be something similar to this. Similar to what I did with Malzino. Right? I mean, maybe not that bombastic, but it's just like a slap of the sticker on the screen. It could be. Why are you searching for Mushroom House? Oh, in the chat just to protest. Oh, yeah. And then what I don't know anymore. What if I put like a mushroom house on top of this fox? Wait, this is okay? See, I'm so lazy to the point where I don't want to model my own mushroom. It's not hard, but I don't want to do it. Oh, what have I become? Oh no. Yo, the mushroom cost $39? This is for $39. No, why did you not show up the conversion? No, I don't want to go to a website. 39乘4.4 Oh, that's like hell divers. Yeah, that's kind of. Excuse-moi, I can buy 2 Monster Hunter World and 1 Monster Hunter Iceborne currently. 哎呀，我老哎，你要这样来吃钱也不是的吗？吐我真的是。Show me the 360. I want to look at this study. That's a nice mushroom. Hi Nexus. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Lazy Snake must be far too cozy right now. Honestly, yeah. It is like cloudy outside.
Also here have the rest of the bits I bought for demonstrating Twitch's newest nonsense Koosh Bleb.
Twitch's newest nonsense. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chashu. It's 75 gems. I will learn Blender enough to recreate in exchange for 39 USD for food. Yeah. That's a lot of polygons. It's quite a lot. Honestly, it's quite a lot. But you know, the loop here, they could reduce some lines here. I mean, yeah, they know topology. This one is a little bit weird. Who am I to judge? I don't know No, I'm bad at topology. That's why I use Z remesh because I'm lazy. Subdivision 0. Oh, you have subdivision, different level of subdivision? Subdivision 1. Oh. But when we want to show so many subdivision though. Oh, dude. Good idea. Here's the last of my gems. At least they sparkle. I should get the most of this sparkle. Did you know that by all known laws of aviation, a kobold shouldn't be able to fly, yet the kobold flies anyway, because it can't read the rules? Very true. To my eyes, the mesh looks really bad. I would say it looks very simple. Oh no, what is this? AI 3D generator? Oh no, has it come to this already? Man, Turbo Squid, god damn it, I feel betrayed. I mean, CG trailer. Alien or fantasy glowing mushroom? Whoa. Mushroom lamp? It's just pure wood. Whoa. That is smooth as fuck. Look at the wood. I like this wood. Time to AI 3D generate a stylized mushroom. No, I wanna try. I like what you got so far. Ooh. Was it? It was Turbo Squid. I wonder what's gonna happen. Or science. Unlock the power of AI. Experience the future of 3D modeling with our NVIDIA powered generative tool. And craft models for your projects or to sell on the marketplace. What? No. Oh my god! Oh no! More sales for the AI! Oh no! It's gonna be so catastrophic! Oh god! Any style, any state. Oof. How is the AI being trained? AI is being trained using the mix of Shutterstock 2D imagery and 3D models drawn from Turbo Squid Marketplace. However, it's only being trained on models that artists has approved for this use. I don't trust this. So it sounds like they're training the AI from everything that is in this website. We're getting some the music game, the cool music game. It's not Big Time Rush. It's Hi-Fi Rush. I don't know why. I mean, I know why I keep calling it Big Time Rush, but it's Hi-Fi Rush. I mean, people would be selling their AI stuff anyway, even without them advertising it. Yeah, it's a sad state currently. It's a sad state for the artist era, you know. Like, honestly though, why make AI to create artistry, you know? Why not use AI to create something that will that will create more quality of life situations? I want AI to help me wash the dishes so that I can create more art and play more games, god damn it. I want AI to help me clean the house. so that I can have more times to play the goddamn game and do the goddamn art. Why not that? You know, God damn it, AI. And then you just they just create all these 3D or like art generation or art generative art, AI generate art. It's so but to put it very nicely, brain dead. AI has no. I feel like AI has no right to be in the creative field. They have no soul. How are they even gonna create shit? Nice dragon though, but like yeah, it is so sad honestly. End of that game so much how to never get the name. It happens. It happens. Don't worry. It has great music. Yeah. Yes, really good music. Because Tira, capitalism doesn't benefit from promoting AI to give you more free time. It benefits from discouraging free time and creativity things, so more people have to do the non-creative jobs. God damn it. Fuck, I I hate it, but it's so true. Oh, what the fuck am I looking at? I looked at it, now you guys have to look at it as well. Nice. Mushroom tree, mushrooms on grass. Royalty free, no AI. Oh, it shows that there's no AI. That's nice. Smash. Dude, no! It's a mushroom! Well, it's a mushroom jack, I think. I am very confused. Let's try this one. Well, right now AI can't be the human artist in most cases anyway, but it allows uncreative people like me to act as if we weren't uncreative as fuck for a bit. I mean, it's okay to use AI to express ideas, but like, the AI situation, especially in the scamming field and also in Twitter, sadly, they claim it as their own and sell it for money, and I think that's just wrong. Okay, I have a question. So up here has a lot of like mushroom files, right? What language has mushroom as masram? You seem like a fun guy, okay? Okay, that's fair. It sounds like a good way to generate a bunch of placeholder stuff for a project, but nothing beats the work of a true creative. Yep. Nothing beats the true creative. Has anyone appreciated the hood lately? You can agree. Thank you. It's like my most proudest hood I've made. With the Snek. OBJ should be fine. Or FPX. Let's try OBJ. Do it! Username. Big Bang email. I'll use my shit email. Email is taken by another account. What the fuck? I already have an account here. Oh my god, I have an account. I didn't even know. Oh, thanks for pet. Placeholders might not even be good because inefficient meshes and textures might trash performance. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure, right, I never thought about that, but yeah. Generated 3D model might not have the most optimized models ever. Not German, our word for mushroom is pills. Mushroom is pills? Useful for like 2D placeholders though. 3D generated models are going to be wild. Might be too wild. I want to download masram1.obj. I already logged in, asshole. What do you mean? It says sign in successfully and then it says I signed out successfully.
Emotional damage!
It doesn't want to let me download. cgtrader.com. I'm gonna make it work. I don't know what's going on. Oh, an isekai button. Oh. Oh, I am truly going to isekai. Oh god. Bye bye. Where did the other cars go? Oh no. Invalid email or password. I don't remember the password. No. To a world where AI handles your dishes. Yee. That sounds so good. Alright, let me do the stuff real quick. Apparently I forgot my password this time. Oh my god, my spam email is so much spam. So glad I have like extra email for this. What? It's not showing me the email. Do I really have to make my own mushroom model? No, I don't want to do that. I'm lazy. Hi, King of Kobold. Oh, it's King of Kobold. Wait, I'm not a kobold currently, but I'm a kobold. Hi. Hope you're doing good. You get the you believe? You're a kobold. Hello, yeah. I'm a snake that takes care of a kobold. Yeah. God, I'm so lazy. Fine. Okay, let me reopen ZBrush. Get out. No. Come on, ZBrush. Oh. My OBS keeps shouting at me, it's like encoding overload. It's fine. Hello? Hmm. 32, 128, 64, 128. Okay. This is like watching a stream and then the streamer's paternal unit / guardian stops by for a visit. Hey, for one, welcome our legless adult figure. I have legs. I have limbs. But I don't dare to show because I messed up the body for this model. But yeah, I can show for a little bit. Man, my first ever... Please reach out onto the high bench to get us cookies. Tira is very tall but not tall enough. Leg video. I'm pretty sure I can reach that. Cookies are required. I mean, cookies are very important. Alright, how do I make a mushroom? My whole body is against this, right? It's so funny, my whole body is like... This is the most abstract mushroom ever. Yay. Uh-oh, I'm getting unstable. Oh, stretch that bone and get that thigh. I will do it. Make sure you stretch those arms and legs that we know you have. I will. I need more space. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh, 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 oh. Now's kobold's limb kill. What do you mean? Don't, no, I want my limbs. Oh. Oh. I feel stretched. Ooh. The chairs are gone. Hey. What happened? And that looks like a gyoza. This snake is very hypnotic. Oh! Yeah! Hmm. Need to catch my breath. Why does this look like a gyoza? Gyoza. Give me a second. Gyoza. Oh, I crave gyoza. A fox with a gyoza on top of the head sounds like a pig character designed to you. It is special. And I like gyoza. Oh, get that die? Oh, oops. I will do it. For the thigh. Don't think it is for yourself. Always love a little bit of bantering between Char-Siu and Jade. Ooh, a chicken mushroom gyoza? Oh my god. Ooh. Ooh. I'm a hungry snake or kobold or all of them. Gosh, there's like a gyoza nearby the place. There's a place nearby that sells gyoza, but it's so expensive. I think it's like 10... Yeah, 10 gyoza for 15 ringgit, I think. 10 gyoza for 15 ringgit. It's like, oh god. The snake's getting hungry? Yeah, I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna bite. I'm gonna bite. Look out. Alright, have a look at more gyoza, although. I think this will be more like gyoza. delicious gyoza with a smiley face. This is a... Don't ask. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna get that fun. Oh no, don't bite. It's okay, I won't. If a kobold say no bite, I won't. It's okay. Is there a nipple? What's a nipple? With handy dandy kobold limb grabbers, you can steal the limbs of your friends to use as extensions of your own. No harm done. Here we go. Oh, I feel the burn. The reverse psychology didn't work. Yes, bite, definitely bite. This. That's nice. Your head wears a ooh smile. Oh, more thigh? Let me catch a breath. I will do it. I would put gyoza on top of the fox though, to be honest, but I don't think my sister likes it. I think, probably, I don't know. I'm just gonna make a mushroom, it's okay. Okay, more thighs. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ooh. 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 Oh, okay. I'm okay. I think I'm okay. Maybe? Yeah. I never realized, but my chair is mega noisy. Get some water? I will. That feels nice. Very cute Kyoto. Kyoto is smiley face. How do I make a mushroom? I want to make the cap first. I don't think this is the best way of doing it, but okay. Alright. I want a little bit of shorter one. Not that big, I guess. Nelly. Oh yeah, Nelly is not cutting off, yeah. I mean, I don't know what it, I don't know what that is. That's definitely not the best way of making it. No. Oh, I see. It's okay, I understand. No harm intended. Now this looks like a slime. Looks like a pillow. Needs a we need yeah. I mean, mushroom is not supposed to be very symmetrical, right? Then I have an excuse to make it not so symmetrical. I think my laziness is just next level. Sometimes I scare myself with the amount of lazy that I possess. Wait, if I want to make it stubby, why not just do this? 哎，真的是哦，吐，你说。I don't understand. And then if I just add a cylinder to it, then... Alright, I forgot. I need to append and add shape. Not I'm not panting too hard now. Oh shit. This trip back to Hi-Fi Rush is great, I know, right? I love Hi-Fi Rush's music. I even have like I made my own playlist of it. This is the one. I call it... Oops. It's all the music in Hi-Fi Rush that I want to listen to. I just put it in there. It's like, I love. This reminds me a lot of Champignon. That's a... I don't know what that is. Is it like another kind of mushroom? Champignon. Oh, champignon. It's a button mushroom. The traditional things. It's a type of mushroom. Oh. Oh, we can eat them? I mean, it'll be a great kobold delicacy, I feel like. I kinda like it to be stubby like this. Uh-oh, I kinda like it like this though. I don't want to make it short. I don't want to make it longer. Steppy mushroom. Maybe a tad bit smaller in size. There. And then I just... I don't even need a high resolution for this. There's no need. Let me try this. Mushroom. And 6 prefer stubby mushrooms. What does that imply? $75K in total? Oh, yo, that's not bad. Wait, make it 3. Nothing. I trust you. 5K for this? I mean, it could be a lot lower. Try 1. Because the original Fox model is already like 12K, I think. I don't need to optimize. This is not for... Oh, that looks good. 2K? Good. Good. Mushroom. I have mushroom. Okay, let's export this. I'm calling my buddy who's a try slut and telling him that you have a 12k model or 12k polygon. I mean, it is quite a lot. Yeah, especially for this model that's simple. I have 12k is definitely not optimized. That is actually a very nice mushroom. I know, I'm surprised. I thought I cannot do a nice mushroom, but I just... Yes, he's a tri-slut, but the other way around. The less the better. He made a 12th try on chat avatar. Sounds like it's just a pyramid. Mushroom. The mushroom is too big. No big deal. Oh, the ears are kind of in the way. I'm gonna make it like... it's clipping, it's clipping! Oh, Salo, hi. Kobold a friend. And shroom. I have a shroom. It's not for Tira though. Hope you're doing good, Salo. Oh, yeah, that's such a cute pet. Lots of kobolds tonight. It's funny when my kobold went out, and then the snake is here, and then kobolds come out. And snake like kobold, don't worry. Snake will never bite kobold. Takes one to know one. The withdrawals are starting to hit, I'm feeling it. Oh god. Withdrawal means that... Oh, withdrawal, is it like me stopping coffee? That's a withdrawal? Shit. Yeah? Oh, yeah, that's tough. You got this, Hello. No matter what it is, you got this. Drink some water and eat some fruit. We are with you, Salo. No one's gonna see this, right? No one's gonna see the clipping. I'm gonna see it. Oh, wait, that's good. Just fold the ear a little bit. Oh shit, you're right. Wait. So, oh, good idea. Yeah, I could rig first and then think about the mushroom placement afterwards. Yeah. Oh, that's such a good idea. Okay, let's do the thing first. I have this. I need to add 2 eyes as well. I want an energy drink so bad. Oh, Salo. You got this, Salo. I believe. The snake believe, and I'm sure Kobold believe too. Yeah, that looks fine. This is 脸面对面看的左边是右边，右边是左边。So this is left, so left is right. Okay. I mean, it's already UV sphere, so it should be fine. I'm gonna put them into like separate, yeah, this. So the body would use default OBJ, I think. Tier 1 and Tier 2. Alright, let me rename them. I'm sure I'll manage. It's a bit hard to think I'm going to bed now. You have a good time now. And take care, Salo. And thanks for stopping by, and also, you got this. Good luck. Hey kiddo, so you said while figuring out which was left and right. Oh, 面对面，左边是右边，右边是左边。Face to face, left is right, right is left. It's essentially what I said. And kobold left to you too. Well, kobold and snake left to you. Okay. Mushroom. What? Oh. Oh. It's Kim. Hello. Hello, Raiders. Wait. Wait. Welcome. How was art? I sneakily went to your stream for a split second just. Hopefully art was good. Hello Kim. Sorry. Hello Newt and hello Christ. Welcome Raiders. Hope you are doing good. Oh, thank you Dex. I wanna do this too. Yeah. Ninja Kobold did a good job. Yeah. I can become a sneaky. Also, hi Raiders. I'm not a kobold today. I'm a snake. My name is Stixia. I don't know how to speak anymore. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday, which is today. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing good too. Thanks for the raid again. And hopefully art was heckin' good. And also if you need to do any post-stream care and anything stuff like that, get some water, get some food, get some rest. Very important stuff. The hooded noodle? I really cannot speak today. The hooded noodle. Hi Rada. I have the model, by the way. Hooded noodle, so good. Thank you. I made this hooded noodle model. Have a really good hood, but the body I kind of just messed up. That's why I'm not using hand tracking when I use the snake model. Messed up too much. Change the thing. I don't think I need to cut mushroom. I'll just cut a line in the middle. Yeah, I'll just cut a line in the middle. So yeah, I'm also I'm doing the redeem thing, the 150k redeem, and then you get like a render of your model, a render of a model that I make. It's something simple, but I kinda like doing it. And okay, so there are different materials. Next, I don't need to do the eye UV, so it's all good. I don't really want them to be sticking together like this. Or like, they're way too close together. Might be wasting a bit of a space. Wait, maybe not? That's good enough. only here is a little bit tight, but I think the rest is not too... They don't stick together too much. I think that's... good enough? Question mark? Oh, okay. Oh, that's bad. I didn't think I have to cut one here. It's no big deal. Let's redo this. Yeah, I should cut one here.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, Thank you.
I was definitely not scared. I didn't open it, right? Okay, I did. I opened it. I didn't forget this time. Stinky. Then I might not need this one? I wanna see how it looks like. Oh. Bully. Maybe I needed two? Yeah, this one looks fine now. This one's okay. Just that. What? Nick. And calcium. More calcium. Hi, Evie. Oh. What?
And welcome.
So many spin. I didn't. Oh, right, you can stack spin. Right. How can I forget? Oh, Newt. Thank you, Newt. Hi. Ugh. The model is so broken. Oh, the wife. Hope you're doing good. And hopefully art was good. It looks a little tight. Where's this? Oh, okay. Guess what? What? Stretch the bone? I will. It's done. I'm legally a female now. Nice. Get my new book. It's so it's so broken. Get my new birth certificate in 30 days. Nice. A big congrats to a big congrats. Very, very nice. Wait, I want to become big for this. Big. And the milk? I'm gonna block the whole screen. And come on, camera, you got this. I can get the whole screen. Oh. Hey, close enough. I almost got the whole screen. I always like myself some maximum jink. It's the barcode music and I love it so much. I think this is good enough. But this one looks very tight though. Maybe this one needs to be cut twice. Like one here, because it's like a 分叉点. It's been such an emotional day, but I'm glad it's over. Didn't even need doctor's letter like I thought. Just needed my mom to sign or could have been a friend that's known me for 12 months and verifies my desired gender for birth certificate. And very soon I'll be able to get other form of ID now that shows MS instead of MX. Oh, that sounds good. A huge congrats, Evie. The Snek, and I'm sure the kobold is happy for you. I could cut one here. There's no owl. I didn't know. Does Evie owl? Question mark? Oh, I haven't put Ra yet. But I got the file, so I'm gonna make it soon. Very soon. Other exciting news, I measured my chest last night. Oh, E-cup. Backpack is coming soon. I mean, I split it into 4 pieces, and I think this might work. Let me try. Yeah, that looks good. Thank you, Merp, for passing it along. I don't know what the heck I did to deserve E-cups, given still more room to grow might even surpass that. I'm incredibly lucky as most transfers get DC at most. Oh! As a reward, Merp also got new Toonbolt sound. He was gonna get it anyway, but I get to pretend it's a reward. Hi, Merp. Eat Merp. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Merp ambush. Yes, hug. Merp. I mean, Yip has a bunch of Merp Yip noises. Explode. Explode.
Yep.
I'm doing rotastic. Nice. Good to know. You're doing rotastic. The yip is happening. I just noticed I've got. Oh yeah, you did. It's there. I'm putting a bunch of yip noises there. These are the sounds of my friends. I'm sure Tira appreciates it. If I hear my own yip. I want to remove the yip the musical. That's gonna summon Jade. Call. Okay, so this one is eyes. These are this is eye. This is the thing as well. Yep. all the and then the fart noises. All the friend noises. I'm so glad I have so many yip noises. I should probably make more, but I'm gonna make the rar noises as well. I already made one rar yip, but I'm probably gonna try to make some like impersonate a kobold impersonating dragon, stuff like that. Sounds fun. And the wiggles? God, the wiggle is perfect. There's an extra limit for messages you can send per block of time. I've been globally muted once before doing that stuff. Really? Actually kinda surprised. It'll be worth it. For yipping noises? Yeah, it's kinda worth it, I would say. I gotta make everything smaller so that it's easier for me to work with. Just a little bit smaller. Do you know that this is my favorite music? So good. Ooh, that might be tough. The dream team? I'm the staring one. And Tune is the damager. Merp is the roll. And then we have a break. I get a knife instead of a ball. And Tune's getting nerfed. Tune's too strong. Man, whoever the singer is, that sounds so good. I don't even know who the singer is. Okay, I can probably save more safe by putting stuff like this a little bit. I would like to wield another toon block as a weapon. Akimbo toon! Akimbo! I just learned what an akimbo is. I was playing Friends vs. Friends the other day with my friends, and I just learned what akimbo is. You wield 2 guns, that's akimbo. And I like akimbo. The tough one. I could separate this, but it's gonna be kinda awkward. It's alright, I'm using substance. Hydrating now. I'm so happy today. You should be. Those are some very, very good news. And being happy is nice. Yeah, I mean, I don't care about these tight spots here. Because it's that, I'm probably just gonna put one color over there. So it's fine. But thigh, I have some other ideas I want to put, so it's a little bit different story. Looks good. Mushroom should be no problem. I mean, just half the mushroom. They're done. I mean, I could just make everything smaller. You spin, spin, you spin. You spin. That looks good. Just mushroom. When I went into the birth certificate office to verify my ID, they had one person dedicated to dealing with the new update, so I got to see her, and my god, she was helpful. Said she's enjoyed meeting the community so far, given it's day 1 of the law changes. There's a learning curve for both parties. Oh, that's nice. Speaking of happy, Stik take care of kobolds, right? Uh-oh. Can we get yappy meals? Nuggets craving at an all-time high. Nugget?
Yep.
Give me a second. I can get... I might be able to get it.
Yarg!
No way! I'm getting it. We want yappy meal or we riot nuggets. I didn't get the full story, but can you give me nuggets? Wait! Wait! I will give you nuggets.
Yark!
I actually don't remember if I have this. Let me try. This? Oh. Check your Huawei Nova 5T? You only check my phone? God damn it. Give me nuggets, grant me nuggets, or grant me explosions. Wait, Styx is working on it. Give me a second. Then once I get this... That scared me. Getting us Yappy Meals, make sure you get the ones for the toys. My last special toys got confiscated after I weaponized them. Need new ones. Stakes may or may not have. I may or may not have ate them. Okay. I mean, I have Merp's PNG, so... You want to send a PNG so that I can give you Yappy Meals? Or nuggets? Yeah, let me add this one. You ate the toys? I'm a snake. It's a bit of an impulsive thing. When I see the shiny thing, that I kind of want to eat them. I couldn't help it. Why am I getting this picture? Oh my god, how big is this? It's 4,000 times 4,000? Yeah, there we go. You ate the toys? Yeah. Murph will deliver 2 more to you? Okay. In the meantime, I'm gonna give... Wait, no. This one. I might be blocking too much though. It's okay. I'll put here so that Why is this so hard to do? Okay, Merp gets a nugget. Actually, the toys are not me. This is so sad. Must imitate shiny things. What? Looks so good shiny. Okay. Merp with a nugget, and then now I'm gonna give one to Toon as well. Oh, that picture works. Oh, that's such a good Toon picture. Okay, there we go. And then I can put... I can duplicate this, right? Paste duplicate. Oh, wait, where did the nugget go? Oh. Yeah, that's very versatile. Then I'll put one here, and then I'll put... I ate it? Okay. Yep. This is a lot harder than I thought. Give me a second. This is... And here... Get this one. I think that's close enough, right? Elephant is taking so long, but it's okay. And we have two. And the nugget. I think Toon is bigger. Ah, see, you get the nugget too. The nugget. Tummy hungry? Okay, you get one more. I am very smaller? Okay. Toon small. Oh, that means Toon's gonna get more nugget, no? I mean, nugget is one-sized. Here, Merc gets one more. I am committing to this bit so hard. Alright, and enjoy the yappy meals. Don't ask about the toys though. They are somewhere unseen. The smaller you are, the more nugget is worth. Yeah. I get more nugget to body ratio. Yeah. What? Nugget get kobold care for? Nice. Why are we rioting? No toys where to riot. No, I ate the toy. I am only a snake. Oh wait, they ate the nugget. No more nugget. So now Toon will be like here. Stop the riot. Yeah. Stop the riot or I'm putting y'all in cage. Yeah. No, don't put kobold in cage. What happened to my nugget? Oh wait, did Toon not eat it yet? Oops. Here's your nugget. Nugget. Picks up and sticks them in a small cage. No, Snake didn't eat. Me in Cage. I cannot find a Cage PNG. it's like there's a story going on in the stream. Okay, so we have mushroom, we have ice, we have the fox. I think everything looks okay. I'm gonna put it into there. I want in Cage too. Let's have a little right into Cage time. You yeah. Oh, Jade knows. You're going salty. I'm loving the story that's unfolding right in front of me right now. This is a good bit. I'm enjoying it. Do I have... You know what? Oh, Merp found it. Thank you, Merp. I was about to find it. Let me eat the nugget first. So now we have this now. Oh, but the bar is like this. Okay, Jake, before you bar Merp, let me move two in a way real quick. Okay, have your nugget. And it has to be done. Because now... Oh. It's alright, don't worry. See, a tune is not getting jailed. Well, it's Jade. Jade says to Cage. The Cage Merp. Okay, I saved. Let me close the ZBrush first. I already saved the mushroom? Okay, I did save the mushroom. One's going into the soft wall room. Soft wall room? Is there even a soft wall? That soft wall room sounds kinda good though. Wait, release Merp? Oh yeah, wait, Toon finished the nugget, so... I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm enjoying it. Help! Solitary confinement for, you know, Cray Cray? Oh, I've seen it in shows. Is it like they wear like some sort of a... Are they wearing gear? I mean, it's kinda... They're wearing something that doesn't allow their hand to move? Question mark? I don't know what it is, but that looks kinda hard. No. Software room could also definitely mean... Where's that? Oh! Not the good soft room, the bad soft room. They're both good soft room. Can you get some manga in here to pass the time? What manga do you want to look at? Stray Jacket. Oh, that's what they're called. They get free in the fun soft room. Hey, I'm not even gonna complain if that's the case. Hell yeah. Oh, why am I opening ZBrush? I'm still missing a last folio of guns. I don't have guns. Oh. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 Black Clover comic book? Call of Duty has a manga? Huh? Is it going to tell what? Sorry, I'm not supposed to be in here yet. I'm supposed to export all of these. This is no poly, selected objects, and export. And then also this one. Selected objects. I love how like there's two kobolds right above me, no? Yeah, I can take care of kobolds. It's just Merps is in jail and I cannot help. I cannot search for that. The last one of guns was very tasty, but hopefully you'll find this. I can dramatically reenact for you. Combo shenanigans, you love them. Michael McCall, hi. Hello, welcome. Thanks for the raid. How you doing? Here, let me do this real quick for you. While you're playing. Oh, we're playing FF14. How was it? Hopefully it was heckin' great. Mean. Oh, you're gonna tell Jade release Merp. Oh, present was it? I actually don't know. Hopefully stream was good, Michael McCall. Thanks for raid again. Appreciate. Also, welcome in raiders. I'm usually a kobold, but today I'm a snake. I'm Sticks here. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I still love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Welcome. Here, let me find a book picture. You've reached your daily download limit. 1. Daily download limit of 1. Okay. Wee, Kobold Snek, let me do my job, nerd. Oh, sorry. Hey, I didn't know. But, oh yeah, Michael McCall looks like a bird. And of course, if you need to take care of yourself with, you know, the post-stream care and stuff. Sorry, my brain is like almost fried for whatever reason. And yeah. Take care of yourself, get some food, get some rest, get some drinks, and I appreciate the rate again. Appreciate. It's no longer 6:21 p.m. Huh? It is currently 6:21 p.m. and I heard talk of dragons. No, I want to listen to dragon. Yes, but you can be caged differently. Jade, what does that mean? Huh? Jade, huh? Oh. My Discord server is suddenly flooded with sniffer, and I'm one of them. I forgot. Okay. Let me do this. It's 10:25 a.m. here. It's 4:26 p.m. here. And for whatever reason, see, it's weird. I've been getting really hungry lately, which is not normal. I feel like. Nice. Food, yeah. I kind of want to get food, but at the same time, I'm not even finished with this. You would cut the wound into your own flesh by trying to put a cage on me. What? No harm, no harm. The snake's hungry, good thing Merp is safely confined. I'm not gonna eat kobolds. They're Tira's friend. And any Tira's friend is my friend. Yeah. It's 2 times 2 is enough. Okay, we're baking all of these. Bake, select the textures. It's probably gonna take a while. But I'll eat a kobold. Nuh-uh. No, don't eat kobolds. My PC's dying. Did they mess up the eye? I feel the eye is like mega messed up. Oh, now they're just playing random music now. I want to listen to my playlist again. Alright, just one more loop. Yeah. Oh, I know why the eye is fucked up like this. There's no eyes in high resolution. I don't need to bake eyes then. I only need to bake. Yeah, I don't need to bake anything else. Oh yeah, what am I doing? There. But sticks when nutritious and full of nuggets. And being nutritious is good. That means the kobold is not malnourished. I'm gonna make an executive decision to not put Merp in jail anymore. You cannot stop me, Jade. I'm saving Merp. Merp is free, uncaged, we can ride again. Freedom.
Yep, yep.
Or and not the sound of my people, but it's sound of my friend. Just a little riot. Need to open up this one. Oh, I saw this again. Guys, look. I found this again. The saving Merp seems to have been a mistake. It's okay, Merp is just very enthusiastic about being free. I get it. Merp didn't get the little riot memo. Yeah. Look.
Yep.
I love this. Yeah, Merp's very happy to be free. I love this picture. And then I love this one even more. Look at it. If you do this to me, I'll look at, well, not me, sorry. If you do this to Tira will look at you like this all the time. The table slam. Is this part of the riot? Is there a kobold point of view of that? Oh no. I mean, Lens drew this one and also this one only. It's drew by one of my friends. I was like, hey, I can have a dragon, you know, do that to me. And Lens is like, okay, got it, boss. And it's just like this one came out. But yeah, there's no kobold POV, sorry. I have this one. The classic. Look at that. Pucker. Lemon, very nice. I like lemon. Well, I actually like lemon, but I don't think I can handle just licking lemon like that. Okay, so color. Oh yeah, 真的是I'm gonna follow this pattern because it's very cute. So like this. Only 2 color. I'm a big fan of lemon, good for bite. Fair enough. I do that to kobold. Yeah. So base color would be Oh wait, no, I don't need to add that. A golden foxu. I'm gonna add one. This one is for roughness only. I think that's fine. I don't want to be too shiny. Are there any nuggets left? I should go find. I think there's like 1 or 2 left. Oh, it found it. There, here you go. It's hiding a little bit too much here. Nougat. Have another nugget. The shinier the better. True, but not to a fox, I guess. Oh wait, where's the picture? We should give 1 nugget to Sticks for taking care of us. No, it's alright. I already ate the toy. Oh. But not this one. Have good nougat. So it's just like here. But why? Oh, that's right. That's why we are rioting. You ate our toy. It was by mistake. I didn't mean to eat it, but I cannot hold back when I see something that looks like that and I want to eat it. It do be kinda shiny and impulses. Ooh, that's a nice color. It's a nice color combination for the noosh. I should have modeled out the nose and not just like bake it out, but it's okay. Because if I model another thing, it's more polygons. Yeah. I might be able to find like a fur brush somewhere, I think. New purple nose. I think purple is just peak, to be honest. Like, the purple color, peak. That's so good. Definitely no bias. Definitely not because I like purple. No, they're just peak. They're just like that. There's zero bias going on, don't worry. No bias. Yeah, no bias at all, not even once. Down. Nah, don't worry. There's a neat brush alpha that's default substance that I like to use for fur edges. Oh, nice. Do tell what alpha. Make it. I should really look into more alphas. You know, not just use one single alpha and do everything. I'll find the name of it real quick. Thank you. Drips? This one just looks like some sort of a stain. I'm blocking it though, see? You can kind of see what kind of stain that is. Oh. Wait, that fucking looks good though. What? Try searching for 58? Oh. Oh, wait, that's good though. That and yeah, the one you just used. I'm surprised I found it. Well, at least I found one. Angle jitter. Oh, follow strokes? Oh, I found it. Hi, Ryuki. Hello. How's your day been? Pretty good. Also very hungry. I don't know why I'm so hungry. Enjoys freedoms and rolls. If only I can have the roll GIF, and then I can put it here so that Merp is rolling. Doing alright, just finished class and exam for today, so I'm free to watch you. Oh, nice. Hopefully they examined and everything went well. Let me get the follow path and no jitter. Oh. That and missing the jitter helps to make it look less uniform. Can also mess with the rotation to make sure the strokes stuck in the angle you want. Okay, so rotation is this one. And then there's also angle jitter. I can angle jitter a little bit, but not too much. I mean, I can do maximum maximum position jitter. Tuneboard Pro. Yeah. You're doing retexturing? Nah, I'm texturing my own model. This is the redeem that my sister redeemed this like a year ago. I think it was a year ago or more, or a little bit more than that, I think. And I finally decided to try to finish the model soon so that people can redeem the 150k redeem again. Yeah lah, I felt bad, I'm sorry. Lama. Yeah, too lama already. Actually, I don't need to do this first, I think. Oh, I can just use this alpha. I mean, I could technically do this and it will like... It's okay. I'm gonna use the shape first. I forgot you can actually use mouse to do substance, because I'm not doing anything that's too tight. Tight. So like to blend, then I'll use the jitter. Too big to fail. It's the best music. Well, second best, because the best one is My Heart Feels No Pain. Do you know about substance stroke / mouse smoothing? Not really. Don't know anything about it. Oh, in higher. I have an idea. Would you like to know? And sorry for just info dumping about Fur Edge alphas immediately without asking. It's okay, Toon. It's always great to learn. Sorry, give me a second. It's always good to learn new stuff. The info dumping is not too much. If it gets too much, then I'll mention that. But this is like a good amount of info dumping. So I would like to know. Amazing piece done by Studio Love their piece and only did horror games before. Funny 180, but unfortunately Microsoft shut it down. It's just so stupid. I don't even understand why would they shut it down. I like VTA. Up the top after flow, stroke, opacity, and spacing. The two circles icon. Okay, up the top after flow, stroke, opacity, stroke, opacity, and spacing. Up the top. And spacing defaults to 20. I like setting it to 5 to make things look more connected, like that's a bit more computer performance. Is it this one? Oh, ooh. Ooh, what did that do? Top of the screen? In the middle, but right off the top. Spacing, stroke. Oh! Lazy mouse? Oh! Things look more connected. It does use a bit more computer performance. Oh no. Wait a minute. I don't think, okay, it's okay. I don't need lazy mouse for now, but if I'm painting the other stuff, then yeah, I'm gonna need that. Yeah, there we go. A control left click to turn. A call. Give me a second. Scan call. I mean, foxes have long fur, right? Camera. Yeah, at least for a fire, it doesn't look too bad. Wanted to mention it because it makes getting nice smooth shapes with mouse a lot easier. Thank you. And Snek appreciated. Paint it more. Oh yeah, I can paint it a lot more. So then I can play with the alpha brush. Because I'm doing a little bit of a reverse something. Eight feels fine. Appreciation. I want to play 58 again. Maybe? Might look a little bit messy. But from afar it looks okay though. And Baba. Hello E.T. Welcome. I hope E.T. is doing good. Baba. I'm a little eepy and very hot. Melting. No! Don't melt, kobold. Yeah, we have more kobold friend. Kobold puddle. No. I would much prefer a non-puddle kobold. Yippo puddle. Pretty. Pattern. Need Mlam's only way. Mlam's the only way to scoop me up. Wiggly Flam. And Toonbow is very wiggly. I mean, it's pretty basic, but it's pretty fox-like, I would say. Oh wait, no! I should have made the eyes as like one model, so that I can mirror it. Because now I cannot mirror eyes, then it's gonna be a bit of a problem. Here, let's give this fox a bit of an eyeliner. I actually have no idea how eyeliner works. Don't ask me why. I also don't know why. If the UVs are the same, you can instantiate what you do on one eye, mesh onto the other. Oh, that's gonna save a lot of trouble. Hmm. What have I done? This should be at the top. I made an iced coffee and it tastes really bad. What? Oh no. I never really made my own like coffee other than just like a 3-in-1 packet. I'm too lazy. It's one of the best. It's one of the options when you right click on the layer. Basically makes a reference to it on another layer. Changes you make with update and stuff. Oh, that's neat. Snap, whoa, snap. Oh, I forgot to make tongue. I can't believe it. Really? I gotta make tongue again. It's okay, I could cheat. I'm gonna cheat again. Like vanilla coffee, huh? I got my eyes out in a fancy jar and the taste is charges up. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, what's happening? Why is Merp charging? Oh, I didn't even make lips. I'm so close to always putting away the yip yip the musical. It's a song, it encourages charging. True. I remember when I first tried out my own Forest Guardian model and I was texturing on Substance, I was struggling so much because I don't even know how to like texture fur and everything. So the first ever model was very horrendous. But then again, we all start somewhere. I overcharged a little. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We all start somewhere? True. Like, if I look at my first ever creation, I got scared. Yeah, let me try to find it. It shoots lasers out of Snek. Sunlight. Oh, that's a kobold sneeze. I'll take note. And Styx is slowly learning. My PC is dying. Uh-oh. I'm gonna try to find the first picture. I don't know if I showed... I mean, I'm pretty sure I showed it before, but I don't know if you guys seen it before. Oh, look at this picture. It gives me sadness, which is why I've been avoiding Facebook for the longest time. But man. Okay, here's one, and then this is my second attempt as well. Okay, there we go. These two pictures. PC customer. I just can't with Facebook. I'm okay with Facebook, but it's because Facebook is where I announce my... Well, my dad's passing this January. So every time I see the picture, it's like, oh god. You know that feeling? There. I mostly use Facebook to be with peeps I know. True. Same. This is the first attempt. I cannot find the files anymore, to be honest, so I cannot really... Oh! Yeah, I did even try to do the fur here, and then the wings are all broken. I don't even know how to rig wings and shit. It's a pretty good first attempt. Is it? Yeah, at least I learned something here. I definitely learned something. The texturing is... oof. The modeling is... oof. The texturing is even... oof. Oh yeah, here! I think I tried to use a... I tried to find an alpha online and then use it here. But... Man. Rough to look at. The wings is the most painful part because I don't even know how to model wings back then, and then I was like, oh hey, nano mesh. I clicked it and then everything just becomes one mesh. I was like, yeah, it's fine. And then once I proceed to like Blender trying to rig it, it's like, what the fuck is going on? How do I weight paint this shit? And then I gave up towards the end. I just like, okay, one bone controls all the wing, I think. Or I just, all the weight paint I think I used, and this is what I got. Tough. But this is the first attempt, and second attempt I tried to make something a little bit different. This is the second attempt. Oh wait. Alright, let me hide Toon and Merb real quick. And also hide myself. Okay. This is the second attempt. I mean, over here it's like I tried to use the brush again. Right? But it's alright. I guess it's alright. This one is kinda cool though. I kinda like this one here, but I make some good choices here. Relearn the wings, so now the wings actually do look like the wing, but the only problem is that this wing, if I bust out this model anywhere in the VR chat, it will crush at least 50% of the players. It is all individual parts. So all of them is like one model, it's like one, very unoptimized, and each feather has 3 dynamic bones, with collision. So yeah, whenever I bust out this model and then my friend crash, it's like, oh no, I think I know. I think I know what's going on. A very poorly optimized, but look-wise, you know, if I were to look at this, I was like, it's alright. Nah, it's not bad. It's honestly not bad. For the second attempt, I think I learned a little bit from my first attempt. Definitely on the wings part, I learned it, but I just don't know how to optimize it or to do it in a more proper way. So yeah, it's a start. It is definitely a start. The kobolds are back. And so many mashes and so many bones, I know, right? That's why I'm just crashing everyone in the game. It's like, oh no. I felt terrible because I didn't know what was going on. So yeah, the 2 attempts. And give me a second. I actually have a 3rd attempt, but I don't know if I saved it on Facebook. Oh, I do have it, but it's just a head. I just got the head model only. Here, this is the one. It's ooh, I'm too big. This time I'll just hide myself. Like, this one is alright, I guess. I messed up the fins here though. I mean, it looks good. It kind of looks good, but they are not of one mesh. They are... It's an illusion that it gives, but I actually am surprised how good it looks. It's seamless. But it's actually a different mesh with each of the flat part. So like, this is one mesh. This is one mesh. Oh yeah, this one is very obvious here. Yeah. So it's one mesh, and then this is like, this entirely is one mesh, including the head. This is supposed to be my Dragoness character, which I have a 2018 drone reference. I drew this one on 2018, and it is still a character that I kinda like, this one. This is the one, Ling Long. So I drew this one in 2018, I was like, I kinda want a Dragoness character. So many years ago, wow. Not bad too, right? I drew this one with shit, with pencil, well, sorry, pen and then color with poster color. This is traditional medium. I drew this one on a sketchbook. Oh, a Toon, Toon's booking it. That's a pretty friend-shaped head. Cute, very adorable. I'll take it. Oh my goodness, those colors! I made a silly drawing on my phone a long time ago, called Schnutnong. Also used pink and white and yellow. Pink and white and yellow is such a good combo, and I love pink. I love pink. I love purple. Well, I love purple is about a few years ago. I love pink is many years ago. But because I'm a born male, I'm trans now, right? I'm born male, so every time people talk to me, it's like, "What's your favorite color?" Gray, blue. That's right, I'm cool. Because, oh yeah, the first time I answered pink to a bunch of friends back then, they would be like, "Yeah, Niang Niang Chiang." Essentially, that means that, yeah, girly bitch. They said. It's like, oh, okay, all right. I mean, I don't like their attitude. So eventually, I'm just like, okay. Let me hide this fact about myself that I love pink, and just say, Merm, oh my god. Yeah, I was just hiding that. Oh, yeah, oh god. Thank you, Merm. Same reverse here, my ass was always like, red is such a beautiful extreme color, and people would be like, okay, I'll get you pink. Right? I don't know why people get so judgmental to what color we like. Let people like whatever they like. Hi Lex. I got the poop and the pit. The only time someone called me girly to be mean, I hit them with the, what, do you want to kiss me? Oh, I should have learned that one. You want to kiss me? What if they really kiss me though? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't want to think about it. Kiss me on the shinut. I'll kiss Kobold on the shinut. Then you get a free smooch by someone that I don't really like. No, no, I don't wanna. But yeah, this is 2018. At first, I kind of wanted this one to be more like kimono-like, which is why I made like a drop crotch thing. But eventually, I was like, maybe not. As much as I like kimono, maybe not. I love kimono still, but I want something else. And as time goes by, I made 3D models. So this is one of them. This is the first attempt to a more. I don't know why I add this though, but it's just because I like spikes. That's why. Funnily enough, someone tried to bully me for being a tomboy by saying I legally have to change my gender, and boy, I wish that was true. And kobold smooches sound awesome. I mean, I like kobold smooches. I have a kobold behind. I have 2 kobolds out there as well. See, that's perfect too. But Tira is somewhere around here. And Tira is an enthusiastic bunch. Like smooches. A free smooch from Cowboy's blessing. And they lose the respect of all their friends that are of the same mean kind of mentality. Oh. Ooh, yeah, that's kinda cool. I would switch Murph on the Snoop. Of course. I would too. I will give Merp a little smoochies accessory. Yes, everyone give Merp smoochie. I have to leave now. Have a nice rest of the stream, Kobo. Thank you, Chashu. Have a great day to you too. Appreciate you hanging around. Me getting all the smoochies. Smooch all the Kobo. Hi, Coffee Mancer. Let me try to find the second attempt of my Dragon's 3D model. I think I put it somewhere. It is not the best, to be honest. Let me save this one first. I think I put it at... No, I think it could be this one. No? I had too many folder and I hate it. Is it really not this one? There's nothing in here. Why is there blended files here? Oh! Oh, it's this one now. I don't know. Oh my god. Is it this one? I don't know. Oh! Oh my god! Wait, that's the model! Wait, this is the first attempt! Ooh, I found it! The first attempt! Oh my god, it's a miracle! Okay, so let me hide the armature. Weird snoot, definitely. The snoot could be better, definitely. This one, it's okay. But something that done well is definitely this one. I don't know how the fuck did I do it, but it's so good. Like, it's actually not bad. Although the balancing could be better though. But this one, I kind of like it. This part here, I like it. And also the claws, I like the claws as well. Yeah, the leg shape, I like it. This one, it could be better though. This one's actually not bad, and I like this addition. The worst thing is the mane. Like, the mane is like... This is when I first found out about displacement brush, and I tried it. It doesn't look that good, but it's a start. Alright, it's a start. It's a first attempt of trying to make a mane in a 3D model, so it's a little hard. Body is very, very long, by the way. Very, very long body. I think I can just do this and like... Yeah, very long body, but it's actually not bad. No, all in all, it's just the mane and yeah. Stinky, you're the stinky Roxas. May I eat a kobold? No. No. No eating kobold. Crunch spotted. Nice claws. And good luck with the shotgun. I want to squeeze the beans. Yeah, I think the beans are actually not bad. I'm surprised. And the booba, well, I'll be a little bit too big, you know, and also this body is too long. The booba could be better. And this is just weird. This weird bump. It's too like me gonna do the lurky shimurky. Yeah. It's lunchtime soon. Okay. Have a good lunch, Merp. A quick coffee while nobody's looking. No! It bit even one small kobold. No! Not the kobold. So, this is the first attempt. I don't even know where my second attempt is. Oh no. Let me find it here. Hi, Mudflower. Good morning. Hope you're doing good and hope you slept well. Oh, is it really not this one? I don't think it's this one. Is it this one? Oh, I cannot find it anymore. Why can't I hear kobold eating noises? It's a kobold stealth 12. Must be our imagination. Must have been the wind. Sounds like the wind indeed. What? I really cannot find it for whatever reason. Must have been the wind. This one again, I'm like, ooh, I'm putting my things everywhere and now I cannot find it. Substance. Is it this one? Oh, I found it. So this is my second attempt. It's I tried to make the cutesy one, but the face is a little bit too. I don't like the head shape. Like, all in all, I just really don't like the head shape. So eventually I was like, I don't like this one. But what I learned is that the main I did was not bad. I learned a new way of doing this. I was using a mesh and then so it's a little mesh and then nano mesh it into one mesh into one main like this. I was like, ooh, that's not bad. And a broken bell. Let's go. So yeah, second attempt. A baby, a cutie dragon. Cutie dragon. It's the head shape I really don't like. It's too circular. But hey, I did it again. This time I added beams to this. Well, I tried to anyway. The buttons, and also painted on buttons. And I tried to add the fuzzy bracelet here as well. And I think, oh yeah, I wanted to make all my characters to have this iconic thing, where my first ever Forest Guardian always have that here, this thing. So it's a thing that I wanted to have for all my characters to have like a chest puff. And I was like, it's getting a little bit difficult. So eventually I stopped using this one. It's like, no, I'm not gonna use that. So yeah, second attempt. Actually, all the things, well, not all the things, but most of the things are done pretty well. Like this one, simple but clean. I even added like a mini fin back here. Mini fin, like 3 fins and one head. Broken polygons though, because it's really hard to make it right in ZBrush too. But it's not bad. I also like this. I love this. What do you call them? Eyebrow? I love eyebrow like that. And of course, Yuju. Yeah, all in all, it's not bad. The head shape just really messed me out too much though, so I didn't use it. And then we have the last attempt. Well, rather than saying the last attempt, I would say it's the latest dragon. This one? And then eventually it becomes like this. I made her to look a little bit more strong and athletic a little bit because I was making this character. I made this character in the mindset of I want to make her look more athletic. Because whenever I play badminton, it's just like her playing the badminton. You know what I mean? So yeah, this is the latest dragon that I have. I think it doesn't look too bad, honestly. Right? I kind of like it. I brought back this thing as well. The decoration. My stream strike reset because I missed transmission. Transmission? Oh, not too sure about the transmission thing, but sorry. But also, the proudest thing I have about this model is the fur, is the mane. Look at how much time I spent on this. These are all different mesh. This one. Golden mane. With bells here. This is really fun to do. Well, not really fun to do, but this is really satisfying to do. And the end result is also very satisfying. But I think the 3D model of this model looks even better. Because I think I messed up somewhere in between. With bells on. I haven't put on the bells yet, like there's the bell here. But I didn't put it. And some of the weight painting issue is the booba is following the wrong bone. So that's also one. I'll fix it soon. Or someday, definitely. Because I do love this model. With the golden muzzle, I mean, golden thing. I like it too. Right. And I also like the shape here. It's simple, but it works. Let me see if I can find the ZBrush model of this. Who has bones since when? I don't know. Yeah. I think I can render best or preview. I'm just gonna go fast. Oh, failed. Oh, I even tried 2 times with this whole model. Right, I remember. Here. Please don't crash. Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, please don't crash. Oh. Okay, so this is the whole model. I'm scared to put render as... Oh, no. Oh god, oh god. Okay, preview. Yeah, this is the whole model. I don't dare to spin too much. But yeah. The side view is the best view ever. Like the main, oh, I spent so much time on this and I love it so much. Sorry. Give me a second. man, the hiccup was wild. But yeah, this one. My second, I would say my second proud model that I made. Although one small thing is that the hand is a little bit too big. Right, the hand is a little bit too big, but it's okay. It's alright. It's okay. Yeah. The dragon evolution, it went from a 2D image to a 3D model. Stinky Brin. Hi Brin. How is the Brin doing? Exclamation mark Brin. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark Brin must be a rat. RTS rat. Not bad, just finished streaming some Red Faction 2 and man, the game was not great. Oh no. It sounds like a bad time. I'm sorry. Why am I like this? $58. I love the 58 brush. Oh. Hopefully it doesn't look too awkward. I think I just got jump scared by the eyeline. I came out of face by his trance and had a lot of really good supportive reactions, so kind of riding a little social high. Nice! Oh, I'm so happy for you, Rin. That's heckin' awesome, I'm so happy. A heckin' big happy for you, Rin. I still don't dare to come out to everyone. I only came out to my mom, and my mom was very neutral about it. Not mad, not angry, not happy about it either. Her reaction to me saying that I'm trans to her is like, well, there's nothing I can do if you say you're trans, right? She said that in a little bit sad manner. I get it. It's like, yeah, that's the reaction I got. It's like, okay, at least I didn't get chased away from the house. So good enough. Yeah, that's why I figure could be worse. Yep. He's like, hey, you do what you do, but yeah, something like that. She literally just go like, you don't 讲这样的东西了，我也不能够讲，我也不能够做什么啊。Essentially what I said, just in Chinese. Now that would be weird, wouldn't it?
Oh boy, yip yip.
Boy, yip yip. That's the fox. It's pretty simple, but I'll take it. Cool. I'm getting hungry. As much as I want to continue, I think I need food. No. Fuck! I didn't finish it today. I can fix the hungry. I want to be fixed of hungry. We can watch. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay, let's watch one before I end the stream. I'll still put it as art because it's only just I just want to watch one. I've been hugged. My parents can be very difficult one. I got feeling weird about it. Mine were upset, not that I'm trans, but I didn't come up to them first. Oh, interesting. Maybe if mom found out on her own that I'm trans, I think she'll be more upset. They sound funny a bit, like they want to know first than anyone else. I respect that. Alright, we have this. Oh boy, oh boy! Henry's kitchen! Oh, it's so fucking sad, god damn it.
Hello, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today we're going to be making the amazing tasty Scotch egg. The Scotch egg claims to have been invented by the London department store Fortnum and Mason in 1732.
London department store?
Inspired by the Moghul dish Nargisi Kofta Narcissus meatballs.
What? I'm
So the
so
ingredients
confused.
we're going to use are our eggs, our flour, our ground turkey, some of our breadcrumbs, and I like to use some of our parsley. Just going to break our eggs, get a little bit of
there's an eggshell!
wash.
There's an eggshell in there! Henry! Henry, that's an eggshell!
That we're going to use. You can see I get a little bit of shell in there.
Get out. Get out, get out, get out, get out! Henry! 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 Damn it!
Just gonna beat the eggs
Henry,
for a
tell
little
me you
bit.
got it out!
You know, the Scottish have a saying that age is just a number. And the higher that number is, the closer you are to dying.
Yeah,
Start
I
preparing
mean,
our
that's...
turkey mixture. I like to add a little bit of cinnamon to make it nice and breakfasty.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, we know.
Cinnamon. Deliciousy. And we're going to take our turkey mixture and flatten it out. And then what I want you to do is pull the sides of the wrapper up, like so.
I'm learning.
On all sides, until you have sort of a ball.
That... Ah! That's not the ball. Oh my god, I love you so much, Henry. God damn it.
Hold on, everybody.
Yeah, I'm holding.
You flatten it out, 30 minutes, and put the egg inside. And then you do not let any
Okay.
the egg spots
I fucked up.
The
Okay, guys,
Scottish are
first thing I
dying.
forgot to mention, we're going to want to hard boil our eggs. And we're just going to peel our hard boiled eggs.
What? Oh.
Ash.
Oh. There's
They're
so many egg
still
whites.
a little bit runny.
Oh my god, the
That's
eggs!
okay because they're going to cook in the oven. We're going to fold this around like so.
I don't think that's hard-boiled though, Henry. What? There's so much
Do the
waste
same
on that.
thing with this
Yeah,
one.
I know, right? Oh, Henry. Oh, Henry. Yeah,
The
save
next
it.
step is we're going to form sort of an assembly line, if you will, where I'm going to take one of our Scotch eggs, place it in our egg wash,
Uh-huh.
surround it with a little bit of flour, and finally
Uh-huh.
dip it in our
Breadcrumbs.
I was roving on
Oh
the
no, it
bog
begins.
on a misty Irish morning when an Englishman jumped up and shouted, "Ho, top of the morning,
Top of the morning."
Delilah, fancy free with a hang down low, shave my belly with a rusty knife, and I wake up in the morning."
My cheek hurts.
Okay, I've got the oven preheated to 350 degrees. We're going to put our Scotch eggs in there for approximately 12 hours. And then late tonight, we're going to enjoy amazing, tasty Scotch eggs treats.
Oh shit, I just realized he said 12 hours. My mom made Scotch eggs once and it was super tasty. Nice.
Row, ho, skilly-doo, whack all day on a toddy-o with a bottle of rum and a drunken whore, and I go home in the morning. Row, ho, diddle-I-A, musty Irish morning, friend, shitting in a bucket with a drunken whore, and I go home in the morning.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow, look at that
Top of the morning,
cremated
too.
egg. Ooh.
Now you can serve your Scotch eggs with just about any sauce you
Oh,
can
that's
think of. Ketchup,
cremation.
horseradish. Personally, I just like to use a little bit of mustard.
Oh, fuck, it's so good.
Roving on the bog on a misty
I think
Irish
that's what
morning.
it says. Fuck. Oh, god damn it. Oh. How to make Henry's lip-smacking BBQ beer fish. The thumbnail for this one is good. Oh, let's go. And cloud eggs. Oh no, more eggs.
Hello, everybody,
Your
and welcome to Henry's
face.
Kitchen, where today we're going to be showing you how to make cloud eggs.
Hell
or as
yeah.
the French call them,
Des œufs qui ressemblent à des nuages.
Nice, nice. Good save, good save.
eggs are very high in cholesterol.
Eggs. Yeah, uh-huh.
We start by breaking our eggs open. Now what
Damn,
we're going to
he's
want to
so
do
good
is
at
we're going to
French.
separate the yolk from the rest of the egg, and we're
Don't-
going to put each in its own separate bowl,
Don't-
which is kind of tricky. So you're actually going to need quite a few bowls for this. You know, just this morning I was at the FedEx office and there was a couple of UPS guys that walked in. And I was able to get out of there before any shit went down. Okay. I'm
Henry.
going to show you a method called tossing. And when we're tossing, we're literally just taking the yolk and then tossing it back and forth from one eggshell half crack to the other and separating it that way.
Tossing. This egg white.
What we're going to do is we're going to take the egg white bowls and we're going to start pouring them into our first bowl, which
Oh,
from
the
now on,
eggs
we're
are
gonna call that the
broken.
work bowl. A little yolk's fine.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, now what we're going to go now we're going to add some of our ingredients, a little bit of salt, some ground pepper, some grated parm,
That's such a good
and some
transition.
veggies. You can use green onions or chives. I've actually got a little broccoli here.
Ooh.
from another dish that I was trying to make.
Is
that
that
didn't work.
broccoli? That's not broccoli,
Now
is
we're
it?
going to take our whisk and we're just going to whip up our egg white mixture. You want to whip it up until it gets that thick, bouncy consistency, kind of like your mom would make if she was making meringue
the
pie when you were a kid. Okay. The next thing
What?
we're going to do
Wait,
is
what
we're
did it
going to
become?
take our cloud mixture and we're going to pour it onto a greased, foil-lined baking sheet so that we can get ready to put it in the oven.
Uh-huh. Yeah? Nice.
We want to divide it up into 4 distinct clouds, or egg mounds.
Oh yeah, there we go. Eggman.
There's something broken inside of me. Something no one else can see. Something hurts and it's way down deep.
Yo, look at that. Egg clouds. Mmm. So good.
Almost done. We're just going to add the yolks and put them back in the oven for 2 minutes. By the way, the recipe that I'm using makes 2 to 4 servings, so be ready to share. You better not be hogging these all up for yourself, asshole.
You said that, now I'm gonna hog it up for myself, asshole. The smile. Oh shit. Ah, Henry is so good. There you go. The small awkward smile.
So I like to plate them on top of a nice little piece of bruschetta toast, just to make a nice presentation.
Yeah, I think that's not bad. It's not cremated.
And these will make a nice little healthy snack for your party guests.
Yeah. It's not cremated.
Well, thanks for joining us, everybody.
It's very
Don't
crispy.
forget, you can go to henryphillips.com if you want to check the tour dates or get your own signature Henry's Kitchen apron or cookbook.
You know, at least that looks edible. It's not cloud eggs. I don't know what cloud eggs is, to be honest, but that doesn't look like cloud. That looks like mountain. Traditional food. Oh, I forgot. I was too late. God damn it. Okay, one more. This one is brutal. Oh no.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen. Where
Get ready.
today we're going to be making Henry's full-on English breakfast, otherwise known as the full-on English breakfast.
There we go. I know.
Today's a big day. I'm having a St. Patrick's Day party, and I've invited some folks from the neighborhood and even hired a DJ.
Oh no.
So, let's put some shrimp on the Barbie and get this party started.
I can already felt the pain. Why do you look so painful, Henry?
We're going to start by preheating our oven. We're going to start by making our bangers. Just want to grab a piece of ground meat and roll it into a ball. And then you basically just want to roll it out into a little piece of sausage.
Sausage.
Back when I was in high school, I remember trying to talk to this girl that I had a
That
crush
looks
on.
like
And when
a
I walked
dookie.
up to her, I guess I stepped in some kind of dog
Henry,
barf or something. And
that
I was
looks
slipping.
oh,
And I
that
fell
looks
on my
amazingly
ass.
like a
It
dookie.
sounds like our first guest is here. Hello.
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Hey. Who are you?
Hey.
I'm Brendan. I'm the DJ.
Oh, okay. Yeah, come on in.
Great.
Oh. Oh no.
So, where do you want me to set up?
I think probably in the corner over there. Be good.
Alright. Well, I'll go grab my equipment.
Oh, yeah, okay. Do you mind if I film you?
No.
Okay, cool.
What's this for?
I make a kitchen video series.
Oh,
wow.
it hurts.
Really?
Yeah,
Where
Oh.
can I see it?
it's on YouTube.
Pineapple glass.
Please be careful.
That's for that.
You got more stuff?
Yeah, I have a couple speakers and stuff.
All right.
Yeah, just a couple more trips. Hey, if you don't mind, do you want to grab one of these speakers?
Well, I gotta hold the camera.
All right.
Oh man.
Great.
Okay, I'm gonna get back to making the bangers.
All right. I'll get set up.
Yeah, show me the dookie.
Smells great.
Smells great.
Okay, I got some really hot oil here, so I'm just gonna put our
Oh my god.
in the pan. Ow.
Ow.
Leave them in there for about 10 minutes. And I'll just put them on a paper towel to cool.
Oh wow, that looks.
And we're gonna fry up the bacon. I turn it around halfway through. And yeah, we're
Turn.
just gonna put these on a paper towel and let them cool.
Oh god, that's
for
a
bit.
cremated bacon.
After
Oh my.
this, let's go see how the party's going. Hey, so you're getting everything all set up here?
Yeah. When are people showing up?
I told people to be here at 2 p.m.
Okay, it's like 4:30.
Oh no.
Okay, well they should be here soon.
When people show up, I have these. If they want to play beer pong or whatever, I brought these cups and some balls for that.
Oh, cool.
Look at
Is this
that,
your
professional.
tripod?
Yeah, I don't really use that, but
This might be good for your video. There's a cool effect if you hold the tripod out and just spin around like this. It might be good for your video.
Hey, look at that nice person.
that's pretty cool. Gonna fry up our hash browns. In there for about 10 minutes. By the way, you don't have to clean the pan in between each item. In England, they like to let them enjoy bathing in each other's juices. Now it's time for our eggs.
Oh, help!
Gonna fry 'em.
You're not joking when you're saying that it's oh my god.
I'm gonna fry up our mushrooms.
Uh,
I'm gonna add in the garbanzo beans.
yeah.
I like to eat tons of shit for breakfast. Let's put this on a plate and let's go see how the party's going.
Yeah. There's no one here.
Okay, how's it going out here?
Great, I think we're all ready to go. Do you want to wait for people to show up, or do you just want me to start playing some music?
No, let's play some music and maybe people will start showing up.
Great.
I love this kind of cooking video.
Play it on your iPhone?
Yeah, most DJs are playing stuff through their iPhones these days. It's all just about creating a party atmosphere,
You
having
need
fun.
to repeat. Use any lane to turn right onto West Olympic Boulevard.
Forgot to turn my Google
Turn
Maps
left
off.
onto Head north on South Crescent Heights Boulevard toward West
Henry has a
Olympic
vendetta
Boulevard.
against yolks. This is exactly
Okay, we're
like
just
watching a
about
kobold
done here.
cook.
I'm just gonna fry up some
Honestly,
tomato quarters.
you're not wrong. I love a crying emote to express
I
a
like to
feeling
let
for
them sit
this.
for about 15 minutes. I'm gonna put the cover on and let them sit in their own juices.
Oh hell yeah, the music. I love it.
Well, I was roving on the bog on a misty Irish morning when an Englishman jumped up and shouted, "Ho, top of the morning, row, ho, diddle-I-yay, fancy free with a hang down low, shave my belly with a rusty knife." and
Hey, look at that. Henry tried it.
a bottle of rum and a fancy jig, and the road rise up to me. Just put another shrimp on the Barbie friend. and I'll
Henry
be
did the
there to
thing.
greet ye. Row, ho, skilly-doo, whack all day on on a tadeo with a bottle of rum and a drunken whore, and I go home in the morning. Row, ho, diddle-I-day.
Okay, this is actually kind of wholesome.
In a bucket with a drunken whore, and I go home
No,
in the morning.
Here's yours.
What is this?
It's Henry's full-on English breakfast.
It's dinner time.
This tastes like shit.
What?
This tastes like shit. I've been trying to be nice to you all day, but I'm done. Nobody's coming to your shit-ass party.
Well, I think people are gonna show up.
Nobody's gonna show up. Also, you're making breakfast at 6 o'clock at night.
Do you want me to help you,
I'll come back for my shit later. Have fun, asshole.
Head north on South Crescent Heights Boulevard toward West Olympic Boulevard.
Fuck you.
Oh.
Okay, well, I want to say my apologies to my guest for not enjoying his food. I think what happened is I put too much salt in the meal after the fact, which is something that I've done before, and it's just something that you have to be very careful
Yeah.
about. And, but thanks for joining me, and I want to say an extreme thank you to my Patreon patrons for making these videos possible. And if you want to read more about
Continuing
it, you can
horrible
check out
state of the
description
pan
area.
because it's all done in the same one.
But thanks,
Deliberate
everyone,
use of
and
no
just
proper utensils
please
for moving stuff.
be careful.
Man.
I wake up in the morning.
Hey, look, it's a
Bottle of
dookie.
rum and a fancy jig, and the road rise up to me. Gee, just put another shrimp.
Not quite Henry quality, but also very good. Okay.
Today we're making the LGBTQ plus sandwich, which is
Yo.
a sandwich based on the BLT, but with a little G and Q plus a couple other things added in for
Isaac
good
is
measure.
goofy. Is this Isaac? Oh, you suck at cooking. Oh.
Start with the lettuce, which is dealer's choice. You can go with tough and rugged crispy water, also known as iceberg lettuce, because only 10% of it is above water when submerged. You can also go for something like Boston bib lettuce, which is more flimsy and dainty, just like the people of Boston. You can also go with a battle-hardened lettuce like romaine. Whatever you choose, just make sure you put your lettuce on the sandwich parallel to the bread, not perpendicular, or it will be too thick and you'll consume unnecessary oxygen calories. Also, make sure
Yeah.
your lettuce isn't this wet before you try to slot it onto the sandwich. Guacamole is a dip from Mexico made from guac-avocados. Start by playing a quick game of guacamole. Then we'll cut these up to get the green
Guacamole.
stuff out. Most people don't want to do this, but if you cut open the pit, you can get more guac-avocado out of there. We'll chop
Oh.
up some onion and some pickled jalapenos because every sandwich needs pickles. We'll mix that together with some lime juice, flavor glitter, and some pepper. And I think too much
Flavor glitter?
cilantro will clash with the rest of this sandwich, so I'm going to go real easy and just include around 17 molecules worth of cilantro. Now I'm going to make the bacon, and I'm going to use the best method, which is baking bacon. When you stuff this sandwich in your face, you want to make sure the bacon doesn't tear the whole LGBTQ apart, so baking it ensures easy melt in your mouth bites for everyone. Now we're going to slice up our tomatoes. Much like the lettuce, you can choose any tomatoes you want. According to the internet, some great options are Early Girl, Beefsteak, German Queen, Big Boy, Black Prince, Green Giant, or field tomatoes, which come from a field. And finally, we'll need queso, as in cheese. Could be a slice of queso, could be queso fundido, or queso blanco, or Tex-Mex style queso. Figure out where you want to be on the queso continuum and just go with it. I'm going with a boring piece of straight up queso. Okay, it's spicy
Queso.
Havarti, traditional Danish queso.
Queso.
For sandwich assembly, we'll start by putting our bread into the toaster where it doesn't quite fit, so we'll flip and flop it around
Oh
until
my
it
God.
magically emerges from the vertical hot closet like a monarch butterfly. Except instead of
Yay.
flying
Oh
3,000
my
miles a year over several generations while feasting on milkweed and growing 2,700 times its original weight while clapping its fancy wings the whole time, it's more like two pieces of toast. We'll take that guac, which we'll spread out on the bottom. You can also top the sandwich with guac or switch every time you make it. Now we're gonna add the bacon. You wanna make sure the bacon goes between the guacamole and the lettuce, which we'll add next. Now we'll add our tomatoes. They're sliced thin so you don't get the problem of double tomato thickness, which can cause the sandwich to slide apart. But remember, you must coat your tomatoes with flavor glitter to fully bring out their taste. And this is also a great place to add some pepper. And now I'm gonna add the queso. And now we're about back to the bread, but there's one more thing, and it's called mayo. And it's not just because of my genetics. I mean, obviously, I'm a 1/4 French person, so I'm naturally predisposed to enjoying mayo since it's part of my heritage. But there's just a symbiosis between bacon, tomato, and mayo that cannot be ignored. This is not the time to deny yourself that pleasure. And there we have the LGBTQ sandwich plus BPSM. Now it's time to get a grip and ram this LGBTQ plus down everybody's throat who you love and who also enjoys sandwiches made with these ingredients, who are also expecting you to do that. So it's not a total surprise, but more like a welcome thing because they're hungry, and maybe because they said, why don't you go in the kitchen and make me a sandwich, as a joke, but you went into the kitchen and made them a sandwich as a counter joke, but then maybe you ate it in front of them as a reverse counter joke, and now they regret it because you're going, this sandwich tastes so good, and they actually believe you because it's true.
Yo, actually really good. All right, one last one. I am so hungry.
The first step to making a better McDonald's Egg McMuffin, also known as a McBlondell's Beg McDuffin for trademark purposes, is to go into an English bog and get some fresh English muffins. Not that processed stuff. Now that one's perfectly right. If you don't have access to an English bog, just go into your French garden and grab some French muffins, then teach them how to be English. It's like wine, but you can eat it. It's like cheese you can drink. It's like an accordion, but it sounds good. But now we're gonna toast one of these. When you buy one from the restaurant, they seem to toast it like this. Now you don't want to toast it until it's like this. Toast it until it's like this. Now that's a perfect toaster crumpet. There are a couple approaches to making a McMuffler-friendly round egg. The first is through advanced geometric wangangulation to get the right shape. But if you start with the roundest egg you can find, then take the roundest mason jar lid you can find, spray it with cooking spray, and then crack that egg
not
inside.
the cooking spray.
Then break the egg, add some salt and pepper, then pour in a bit of water and cover it to baste it for a couple minutes. Then you don't even need to flip it and it comes out perfect. And if your hot plate is in the shop, you can always do the old microwave trick. Salt, pepper,
Wait, did you?
Put it in the microwave, turn it
Sorry.
on, then you don't even need to
Give me a
flip it
second.
and it comes out perfect. And if your hot plate is in the shop, you can always do the old microwave trick.
Nice.
Salt, pepper, put it in the microwave, turn it on, take it out. Now that's a perfectly round egg. A bit thick, but that's fine. Let's see here. Let's try the McMedium. For this sandwich, we'll make some simple improvements to the classic Keg McNuthing. We'll start with our perfectly toasted English muffin, then spread on some salted butter, then resist the temptation to just eat it because a buttered English muffin is so good. Next, we'll add our perfectly round egg, then add a layer of sliced cheddar cheese, and now we're gonna fry up a slice of ham until it starts breathing like a lung.
Oh my
Then
god.
put that on top to create a cheese furnace. And now we're gonna slice up a dill pickle, then sprinkle that miniature pickle dice on top. Then we'll add a slice of tomato and a whisper of salt and pepper. Now mayo the other side of the English muffin and throw on the roof. Feel free to add some hot sauce. And for a more authentic McNucklin experience, you can grab some paper to make a wrapper and open it like a gift. Okay. Hot tip, don't buy recycled paper. Also, don't wrap things in paper, just eat them.
Just eat them.
That's a damn good McCronald's leg McBuffin. Let's see here. Ooh, McBesto. We'll start by mixing together mayonnaise with pesto, creating pestes, or mayosto as the Italians call it, I'm pretty sure. We'll slather that onto our toasted, formerly French muffins. Now we'll add the egg wheel and grate some Parmesan cheese. You can probably skip salting the egg on this one since the pesto and Parmesan are salty. Now we'll add sliced tomato, and since I forgot to put the avocado on the bottom, I'm throwing it on the top, but that's a mistake. Put it on the bottom and stamp it down with a fork or boot. And there you have it, a reimagined McZondel's Big McLuffin, also known as the McBesto. For a more authentic McDonald's atmosphere, you might want to create your own Happy Meal box like this perfect one I made here. Whoop, more like Flappy Meal, am I right? Oh, there's a toy inside. I always love that.
Hey, yo.
I think I might have ordered the Despair Meal. Let's see here. Oh, the McFancy. We'll start by mayoing our toasted English
4,500?
muffin. It's called an addiction, don't judge. Then we'll add an egg disc, Havarti cheese, and crispy bacon that's probably not quite this overcooked, but the crispiness is what keeps you from dragging the sandwich apart like a wild dog when you bite it. Nothing against wild dogs. Just don't undercook it. Now we'll add sliced tomato, a touch of salt, and some pepper, and a couple basil leaves. And now we'll paint the ceiling with mayo, along with a few drops of white truffle oil. This stuff used to be considered high class, but now it's basically the new ranch. And I never would have thought this until I tasted it myself, but you're gonna have to trust me here. This makes for an excellent McBlandles Egg McGuffin. Now, if you want to complete the McDandles experience, you can make your own playland. I've got this ball pit.
Hey.
Hello?
Yeah, the ball pit. Oh no.
What the hell?
Oh, this is so cool.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is like cooking and cinematography? Cinema something? It's like watching a show. No, don't do it.
Come on.
Oh. Oh, the inside the box.
Are you okay?
Oh, that's cool. Cheesy, creamy potato. But then always two new friends in one? No, it's a scary friend, dude. A yappy meal, wouldn't that just come with a salon? I mean, true. I want a salon too. What was this? This is you suck at cooking. Nah, it's good stuff. Nobody a chance at a salon, but sticks keep eating all the included toys. I can't help it when they're so shiny. Hi then. One last one.
Scalloped potatoes, also known as starch lasagna, are easily confused with galloped potatoes, which are potatoes that have been stomped on by a horse or a very fast cow.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you totally suck.
Okay, we're gonna start with the potatoes. I'm using russet potatoes because I'm not afraid of a little starch, but you can use cusset potatoes if you're not afraid of a little swearing. I also have these heirloom cusset potatoes, which taste like the bee's knees. You can peel them if you grew up in the Queen's Palace, or you can eat the potato crust even though it used to touch dirt, which is dirty, so make sure you wash them in the sink or take them through a car wash. Also, if you notice any parts that are slightly green, peel those off because that's poison, which is an ingredient I refuse to use when I cook. If you have strong walls and want to save time, you can also smash off the potato crust. I'm going to slice these up the old-fashioned way with pride, but you can use a mandolin or a food processor if you have no shame. I just jam them in the baking dish to make sure it's the right amount. In this case, around 3 medium potatoes for my 9x9 dish, and it's around 3,750 potatoes for my 4x4 truck. Now measure the width, and any that aren't exactly 1/8 of an inch should be tossed. And if you're not into scallop potatoes, you can also make scalpeled potatoes. And if you don't like surgery, you can go with falloped potatoes. Now we're gonna parboil these. The par stands for partly boiled, but not entirely, just a bit so that they're somewhat but not totally cooked through on account of how long you keep them in the water, which is not very long, just 3 minutes-ish, otherwise they will end up totally boiled, which is not the point. Also make sure you shuffle them before putting them in the water so they don't taste predictable. Now we'll par strain these, which means to partly strain just the water on the outside of the potatoes, but not the water on the inside of the potatoes, otherwise they'll turn into root dust. What time is it? It's sauce time. That's right. We're going to start with 3 tablespoons of butter and let that melt on medium. Then add in 2 chopped garlic cloves until they're nice and warm. Then 5 tablespoons of all-purpose wheat dust and slowly wang jangle it until it's smooth. You're going to cook the flour taste out of the flour. Otherwise, this could end up tasting like flour. Apparently you do this for 6 minutes or so and it should smell nutty, but since the nut smell is masked by the garlic, we'll just stir this until it smells like garlic nuts. Now we'll add 2 cups or 500 milliliters of milk. Add it slowly and keep wang jangling to smoothify it. Now it's flavor time. Remember the number 0 gets its shape from the potato because they have 0 flavor. There are many approaches, but I'm going to add garlic a couple minutes ago, 1 veggie bouillon cube, 2 teaspoons of mustard dust, some pepper, and a half teaspoon of salt. You can flavor it however you want. I'm flavoring it in a way that's the best, but if you prefer something other than the best, that's a personal choice. Now that that's getting thick, I'm going to add in a handful of cheddar and take it off the heat, giving it one final wang jangling. Now we'll put some sauce in a big bowl, then the potatoes, and then more sauce. Then I'll just slowly turn those over until they're covered. I like doing this as opposed to layering. Who has the time? Honestly, lots of people do. Then I'm going to spray a layer of chemicals, then we'll dump in this pile of stuff. And then I'm going to top this with some Gruyere cheese. Oh, who grew up in the Queen's Palace now? Then I'm going to slap on a tin roof. Then I'm going to send the potatoes on a tropical vacation in hell for 45 minutes. Once that 45 minutes has been wasted on the internet, take it out, remove the tin roof, then pop it back in for 15 more minutes. If this were binging with Babish, I'd be showing you how to create your own soil in which you'd grow the potatoes, then how to build a kiln in which you'd form your own baking dish. Then we'd cultivate some fresh oxygen via phytoplankton photosynthesis, so you'd have something fresh to breathe. But this isn't Babish, so this is what you get. You get potatoes. And now that 15 minutes is up, take it out and admire the primordial grease aquarium. This is where scallops mate. Now we'll let these cool and set for 10 minutes or so. And then we'll serve them on a plate, because it's a good thing to eat off of.
Uh-oh. Are they gonna fight back now? Oh, they didn't fight back? Okay, I need to get food. I am so hungry. Oh shit. Okay. As much as I want to look at more, but hey, we can leave it for next time. Kobold, go fucking eat right now. This instant. Yeah, saya dah lapar. Lapar sangat. Penat juga. Have a good nom stick. Thank you. Get food PC. I will. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Give me a second. I just need to become big. I am now big. I should go find the right target as well. More hi-fi rush? Yeah. Of course more hi-fi rush. Always. CV Snake. Oh yeah, I'm a snake today. I raided Dazi. I don't think I raided Niche. William? I could raid William. I could raid to a dragon. I mean, I'm not a kobold, but I still like dragon a lot. Let's raid to a dragon. I like dragon. Okay, so before the raid and anything, also I should before I do anything, I'm sorry I didn't finish the fox today. But hey, I made good progress and I made the fox looks a lot better now, so I'm glad, and at least it looks good. So I can finish it next week, definitely. I feel like, probably, I think. Yeah, I feel like I can finish it next week, or if I have some free time, I might just do it off stream as well, probably. Hello, York is fine. Good night, Bracky. Thank you for the Kobold Nugget storyline too. Hell yeah, that was great. That was fun. Thanks for stream. I'll fire my own later after dinner. Enjoy dinner too, Ryuki. And I hope you enjoy stream as well when it comes to that. Thank you for stream. Thank you all for being here. Here, let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And I have a Discord. It's where I announce my stream stuff. And also I will share a bunch of dragon pictures. Because why not? Because I like dragons a lot. So yeah. His code. Oh, his code. I mean the his chord is now more of a sniffer chord. There's so many sniffers. There's just sniffer in the chat currently in Discord. I love it. Yeah. Here. This is what's going on with the general. I don't even know what's going on. Ne. Sniffer. Tjurek Yippa. Sniffer. A sniffer, baby. Hey, sniffer is great. Why am I stuck? Okay, I'm not stuck anymore. Become a hangout code. Hangout code. I mean, people can hang out. People can stay there if they want, you know. To me, it's like I don't. The pet is too far. Man, this is what I'm missing out. And Tira is getting all the pets and boops, and I'm not getting them. And now I'm getting them. At least every month I can get some. Okay, so we'll be raiding Gwilym. Okay, let's raid Gwilym. Not exclamation mark raid. I'm getting so hungry I don't even know how to type anymore. Here's been holding on you with the telling. It's okay. I mean, Ling Long still doesn't know about this. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's fine. I'll take it. Okay, I type in there before I rate though. Should I use this one? Aquilum is a dragon, right? I mean, Upbeast works. I'm raiding as a kobold, so it's fine. Snake and Bolt in cahoots? Yeah. They never know. Okay, I'm using this raid message, and I'm gonna type in the raid to Gwilym. So I will not be streaming tomorrow and Wednesday long, as always lah. It's a working day. So this Thursday, at least I know what to do this Thursday. McLush bought me Half-Life. And now I can try it out. I can try out Half-Life. So that's why I'm gonna play this Thursday. So So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. And Snake loves y'all. I'm sure Kobold loves y'all too, alright? And here comes the raid to Gwilym. To a dragon. Man, Hi-Fi Rush never gets old. The music is too good. Great message. But of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Just maybe don't use more than 4. We don't want to flip the chat too much. If there's a lot of like rate message at the same time, then yeah. Oh hey look, it's the thing that complements Tira. I feel like people who is new will be so confused by what's going on. Like, who's Tira? Who's Slimong?
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons? It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You can do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle.
Wow.
Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
I'll see you guys on Thursday. Take care. Snek loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care, take care. Rolls around intensely.